cancers.
When they told me it was stage 4, like a lot of people were like, you're not gonna make it. But I mean, I don't know. I just looked at it as like just an obstacle I gotta get over.
His initial treatment regimen was an exceptionally aggressive regimen that I've prescribed exactly once in my life to him. It was the most aggressive chemotherapy we had available for lung cancer, combined with the most aggressive immune therapy we had available.
Chemotherapy was a killer. I mean, it drains you, makes you tired, feel weak, just the worst.
You're smiling when you say it, but I've been in that chair. I know exactly what you're talking about. What was your reaction?
I don't know how to explain it, but it's like my whole body just got hot, and I just felt so uncomfortable. And that was probably the first time I actually got scared.
As Ty Lee underwent treatment, his teammates rallied around him, visiting him in the hospital and dedicating the spring game in his honor.
Family on 3, family on me, 1, 2, 3,
family! When I met him in the emergency room, there were a lot of people in the room. Many times I've seen him since. There have been a lot of people in the room. And there's high quality data showing that improves survival in lung cancer. And I believe it's meant a tremendous difference.
It showed him that no matter what's going on, you're always going to be a Tar Heel. And, that meant a lot to him and his mom. He never showed it to us that he was down. I mean, he has not complained about what's going on to me or to any of those guys. I mean, he's like, we're going to beat this.
It's just an absolute miracle to see what he's done, and it's been an inspiration for all of us and a lesson for all of us to see how he's done it.
The treatment is working. On May 3rd, doctors delivered the news that the tumors that once covered his lungs, spine, and liver were shrinking.
Welcome back, Ty Lee.
He has put on weight, and while his battle is far from over, Ty Lee Craft is working toward his return to the field.
Are you going to play football again?
Yeah.
Why do you say it like that?
Because I am. Definitely am. Got to get back to it. I'm excited and waiting on the first day where I can actually step back into the practice facility with my shoulder pads on and feel comfortable. When I can actually finish out my leg tattoo. I'm a survivor, tatted on me, then I know it'd be officially over.
Ty Lee has said he believes he is a year away from returning to the field, and when his team takes the field today, they will be rocking on their helmets the decal. You see it right there, the number 13 for his jersey, and it reads, Ty Lee Strong. And I'll tell you what, that young man, after that piece, it's very clear. He is very strong. We all at this desk at ECC Auto are Ty Lee Strong. My initial takeaway, guys, when I watched that is just the power of sport.
Right.
Beyond being blown away by his strength and confidence that he was going to get through this and he's on his way. But just when you commit to a university and you play for a team, it's family. And that family element for the Tar Heels, I think in a lot of ways, Ty Lee would say, helped get him through. And, Coach, me and you are probably the most emotional here at this desk. So I was looking at you to see if you're going to be crying when you watch. But it's hard to watch.
Right.
But there's also power in seeing Ty Lee in his fight and where he's at right now.
No doubt. It reminds me of a young man I coached at Georgia named David Jacobs. Probably a first or second round draft pick at defensive tackle. He ends up having a stroke about 3 years into his career. And once he had that, I mean, he was done playing football. It wasn't about playing football anymore. It was just about learning how to walk again, learning how to function, in society again, learning how to, do what it takes to still be a husband and a father and all those things. And wonderful to say that he has become that husband. He's become that father. There's an award at Georgia they give out every year, the David Jacobs Trophy, for the guy with the biggest heart, and he was a guy that on senior day, 2 years after the stroke, he said, hey, Coach, can I put my pads on one more time and run out there with the rest of the seniors like they do? And, Mama gets flowers and they hug the coach and all that stuff. And, his name is Jacobs, and I usually go alphabetical order. But with him, I made him go last because I knew what the fan base was going to do when David ran out of that stadium, ran out of that locker room, and it was just magical. The impact he's had on so many people because of his spirit, just like Ty Lee.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could talk forever about it. I mean, it's just very clear we're all rooting for Ty Lee. And I look forward to sitting here next year, giving him a pat on the tail as he runs out there to catch a few balls and be the guy who jumps the highest and runs the fastest for this Tar Heel squad. Because Ty Lee, like you told our buddy Mark Herzlich, a courageous guy in his own right, a cancer survivor and a cancer thriver, I'm going to be out there. I know I am. I'm going to be playing football. You're 1 year away from it. Make sure you stick around after the FAMU and UNC game, and we'll be right here with all the reaction, analysis, and interviews from the first day of ACC football right here on ACC Network. We are here all day long. We truly are today because we are still in a rain delay down there in Tallahassee. Florida State excited to get the season kick-started, but it's drawn to a halt right now because a higher power has weather involved, lightning and rain. So FSU, Duquesne, delayed for now. We'll keep you posted.
This place is electric tonight here in North Carolina. They cannot stop them. Kelly takes it back for the Tar Heels. Touchdown, Josh Downs with a spectacular catch.
It's cheating. It's not even fair.
It's like the hitters know what I'm gonna throw every time.
I hate win reality.
I love it.
Be ready for real. Win reality.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for Fubo TV? Get all the channels you want with all the entertainment you love for the price that cable can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Every day can be a better day despite the challenge. All you gotta do is leave it better than you found it. They feeling good, like I should. Been in the walk around the neighborhood. Feeling blessed, never stressed. Got that sunshine on my Sunday best.
We've been watching a lot of soccer at the office lately. Seems to be causing a rise in workplace injuries.
Setting up a goal, that's just brilliant. I just love the...
Oh! Oh, my ankle! Oh! Oh! Oh, it won't work for weeks.
John, get up.
Oh, my ankle.
He's fine.
Oh, no! My ankle! Oh.
Hi, this is Lisa from 4Imprint. Yes, I'd like 50 welcome wows, 300 customer I love it, and 200 team member oh yes, certainly. You know we got some brand new woohoos.
Dial up the wow factor with promotional products from 4Imprint. We specialize in awesome items that are certain to awe and guaranteed to deliver some ooh yes. From apparel, backpacks, drinkware to high-tech items.
Wow.
I love it. Woohoo!
Go to 4imprint.com and find some wow now. 4Imprint, for certain.
Florida State's such a young team a year ago, and now confident that they have grown to a place ready to play to the level of their talent.
Honestly, it's a change. That's a statement we're making. It's a change. It's not the team from last year, not even near.
Getting an opportunity to play on week 0 is definitely unique. It puts a great sense of urgency in our preparation, and it's our first chance to put on display the identity of this 2022 Florida State football team.
We learned last year you can't take anybody for granted. That's a big game. They're going to come out there and fight and give everything they have. We have to do the same, give 100% and win that football game big.
I mean, on the national stage on week 0, me and my brothers, we're going to put on a show for Tallahassee and for our fans.
The show is coming, I promise you, but it's on a little bit of a delay there in Tallahassee as Florida State gets set to host Duquesne. We should be tossing a kickoff with Drew Carter, Roddy Jones, and Larisha Harris, but there is a weather system in the area. There's been lightning, there's been some rain, so the pushback to the kickoff time has been delayed. We have not been given a time yet, so you're going to rock with us until we get you to kickoff down there in Tallahassee. So you guys have played football your whole lives. But let's focus on collegiate football. You're about to take the field. You're ready to establish a season, and you're stuck in a rain delay. Eric, what are you doing in the locker room when you think you're about to be out there, crowds going nuts? You're playing football, but hold the phone.
Yeah, it stinks, especially when it's something like lightning. If it's a bunch of rain and you know it's coming, these guys probably got hit out of nowhere, blindsided, and you're ready. You're jacked up. You're juiced. You're ready to go out there, and they say, pump the brakes, boys. Right. Take your shoulder pads off. Go sit down. It's tough, man. You just need to stay loose. Everybody stay excited. Don't get tight, because that's how injuries occur quick.
Yeah, well, obviously, I played at Florida State. I know how these rain delays go. Right. At the time when I was at FSU, we didn't have an indoor facility, so to be honest, this happened quite often, especially during training camp. The key really is to keep hydrated, but also to eat. That's the thing. Right. Your energy and your sweat and everything is going. You're kind of emaciated. Make sure you get a little snack and just get back in the game.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. Everything is timed up for that moment of that kickoff. Yep. Pre-game meal, all your hydration, as you say, and even your emotions are revving up to a certain level. And all of a sudden, it's like, well, you got to rev them back down, and then you got to rev them back up because they say, hey, we think we're going in 15 minutes. And then 10 minutes into that, they go, oh, hold up. We got another 15 minutes to wait beyond that. So it just jacks with your brain so much. I know as a coach, it messed with me. I can't imagine what it was for those players.
EJ, it's really simple. You're a proud Nole. You're excited to see what this team's going to look like this year, what Jordan Travis is going to bring, and what that defense is going to present. Their last 8 games, they went 5-3. What are you looking forward to seeing from this group when they take the field?
Well, I want to see a defense that can get after the quarterback. Anytime I was on a great Florida State team, or the teams that came before me, the ones that you coached with, Coach, they got after the quarterback. They had sack masters, guys that created havoc, werewolves, as we like to call them, on the defensive end. And, the D tackles just kind of, setting the edge and making sure that they're getting a pass rush. So I think setting the tone defensively against Duquesne today is going to be key. Of course, the offense, you want to put points on the board, and that's going to come. But the biggest key right now, I think defensively, they set the tone for everybody.
Look, it's not just the players that got to stay ready. It's the guys calling the game. And when you're professionals like Drew Carter and Roddy Jones, they're trying to stay focused as well. Those are the guys on the call. Let's go out to them for an update on what's going on in Tallahassee. Drew, Roddy.
Due to the threat of severe weather that may include lightning in the immediate area, the pregame sequence for today's game has been suspended.
Well, we've been waiting months for ACC football to return, and we've got to wait just a little bit longer. Weather delay for FSU at home at Doak against Duquesne. We were in for a 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time start. The fans are still ready to go. The student section was sold out on Thursday for this game. They're getting their money's worth. But so far, we are still in a weather delay. No football just yet. Drew and Roddy up top. We'll check in with our resident meteorologist, Larisha Harris, on the field in just a moment. I hope she's not on the field. Hope she's taking cover. We'll talk with her in a second. But, Roddy, put yourself in these guys' shoes. You've been chomping at the bit to play football. What do you think is going through their heads right now?
Oh, I think there's a lot of anxiety. Having gone through one of these weather delays in this stadium, just like EJ has. We had a 2-hour weather delay in 2009 when we came down here. It's just a lot of trying to figure out what's going on. You're trying to keep yourself calm. You're going over the game plan over and over. Then honestly, Drew, when you do that enough times, you just start playing cards, taking a nap, something that we're going to start doing up here in a little bit. But it's out of your control. So all you can do is settle down and figure out what's going to happen when the game starts, and that's by going over the game plan.
We might make a TikTok up here at some point.
You might. I'm not.
Stay tuned for that. It's my generation, not really Roddy's. Yeah. But for now, for the specifics on the weather delay, let's check in with Larisha Harris.
Well, as your resident meteorologist, Drew, as you can see the elements happening behind me, but we are right now underneath a lightning warning, and that's going to remain in place until about 5:45. As you stated, many fans are still in the stands, but they did encourage everyone to seek shelter, of course, as a safety precaution. But until that lightning warning has been lifted, until the players hit that field, will be about 45 minutes until kickoff. So as of right now, the earliest we might see action is about 6:30. Drew?
All right, Larisha, let's hope for 6:30 kickoff. here at Doak. And when we do finally kick this game off, Roddy, we're going to be excited to see Jordan Travis and that Florida State offense. The defense returns a ton of production from last year. What are you most excited to see?
Well, I think Jordan Travis is who I'm most excited to see for this Florida State offense. In his first offseason, really being the guy the entire offseason, not looking over his shoulder, not splitting those first-team reps. And the thing that you're going to see with Jordan Travis, everybody knows about his legs, Drew, but at the end of last season, I thought he threw the ball the best he has in his career. He's got one of the best deep balls in the entire conference. There's no caveats to that. There's no qualifiers to that. He's excellent downfield. I want to see if he's improved in the intermediate game with his feet in the pocket. A lot of the stuff that went on with him in the pocket had to do with the fact that there was a lot of trash and his face a lot. So if that offensive line is a little more steady, a little more solid, keeping the defensive line and the pass rush away from Jordan Travis, I think he's got the opportunity to be one of the top quarterbacks in this league.
Yeah, last 7 games of last year, Jordan Travis, 65% completion percentage, 17 touchdowns and only 2 interceptions as FSU finished the season really strong. And a big reason why they did that, Roddy, was his defense, which brings a ton of guys back.
They certainly do, and it starts on the defensive line on the interior with those 2 defensive tackles, Fabian Lovett and Robert Cooper. That tandem is about as good as there is in this league, maybe outside of Clemson, South Carolina. The big question is, how do they replace the production at defensive end? Jermaine Johnson, the first-round pick on one side, is gone. Keir Thomas, who is an excellent run defender, is gone. So it's going to be up to guys like Dennis Briggs, who moves from the inside to defensive end. Derek McClendon, who really started to come on at the end of last year, and the Albany transfer, the guy that you're excited about, Jared Verse, coming off the edge. I'm really excited to see how those guys perform. But this secondary, I think, could be really good, too. With Akeem Dent and Jamie Robinson at safety, the linebackers are improved. With Tatum Bethune, the transfer coming over from UCF, who is an excellent player for them. This defense should be one of the best in the ACC, and I'm excited to see them today.
Now, we're fired up to see Florida State. Now, there are a bunch of Yinzers watching this right now saying, how have you not talked about Duquesne yet? They come down from Pittsburgh. They're an FCS team. 5 conference titles in the last 10 years or so. They play in the Northeast Conference in the FCS. We saw an FCS team win here in this stadium last year. I know FSU fans don't want to hear that, but what do we expect from Duquesne today?
Well, this is a team that's led by Jerry Schmidt, who's been there since 2005, and the offensive line returns a lot, especially on that left side. They're having to replace some. They've got some transfers in. I expect them to lean on the run game. They've got an excellent run game, and at quarterback, they've got 2 really experienced players. Defensively, that defensive line's pretty solid, especially for that level. So Florida State's offensive line isn't just going to have a cakewalk moving those guys around. If we're going to see improvement on the offensive line for the Seminoles, this will actually be a pretty good test for them.
Yeah, we've got some questions about both teams, specifically FSU. We're going to have a lot of them answered after the ball finally gets kicked off here at Doak. The earliest we're going to start is 6:30. For now, let's go back to the guys in Chapel Thrill wearing sunglasses, just rubbing it in.
I mean, look, Drew, your future's bright. By all means, you can wear sunglasses indoors if you're about that life. I mean, that's up to you. 5th straight year that the Noles season has opened up in Doak, and they're looking to set the tone. Defensively is where they will lead, EJ. And when you talk about defense, Jamie Robinson, a preseason All-American, is that tone setter. Why is he worthy of being a preseason All-American?
JC, well, one thing that Jamie possesses is something that I think makes players go from good to great, and that's that mindset. This guy is a ball hawk. He's one of those guys that when the ball is caught, which is kind of rare, he wanted to draw that thing out. Now right here, you're going to see him. Should have inside leverage. Jamie gets beat, but that's okay because he's going to recover and hustle and hustle. Hold him up, let your defense rally. Oh, nah, give me that football, though. Because I got the mindset where I want that ball back, creating opportunities for the Florida State offense to put more points on the board. And here, a crucial point in the game, it's 4th quarter. Clemson's up by 4. The offensive lineman, E-Mac, you got to get on him right here. Because one of them should go and cut Jamie Robinson out there, but they don't. He's slippery, comes in, he's right on the receiver. Once again, hold him up, bring that football. So run that back so you can get a closer look.
Okay.
Take that football out. That's a mindset, man. He's not just going in there to make the tackle. I'm trying to get that ball, too. Peanut Tillman style back in the Chicago Bears. And this third play right here, Florida State taking on Miami, a big situation. Middle field open. Oh, no, it's not. Jamie Robinson's right there, tacking on the football. So I don't know if that's a fumble recovery or that's an interception, but nonetheless, it's a takeaway for the Florida State defense. And I think he reminds me a ton of an old number 3, Derwin James. So if you can be close to him, talking about a guy that can make a lot of money at that next level.
Yo, that's why I got the Chargers winning the AFC West is because
Absolutely.
of Derwin James right there. And look, Jamie Robinson, I don't know know if that was a pick in the video or it was a pick for a fumble. But Jamie had 4 interceptions last season, tied for the most in the ACC. The nation's leader had 6, so he was just a couple off of that. He's a game-changer type player. Are we underrating this defense because Jermaine Johnson went first round and is gone? Are we forgetting a ton of production returns from what was almost a top 10 defense the second half of last season?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I know who's there. I know that defensive line is nasty. Those 2 big boys up front with Cooper and Lovett, the things that they can do, the emergence of a guy in defensive end and verse, and what can he be? The biggest thing that I need to see, Coach, can they stop the run like they did a year ago? You know, those 2 werewolf defensive ends, we call them werewolves. They rush the passer unbelievable well. They played the run like not few people you've seen. And so can these guys now continue to do that? I know it's in the back 7. I know that between Jamie and Keem Dent, those guys are going to be just fine. The biggest question mark that I do have, Coach, is that linebacking core. Can they step up?
Well, when the linebacking core does their job and the back end does their job, it allows those defensive linemen to get to the quarterback. I mean, if the quarterback gets a first progression read because somebody's open and the ball's out, I don't care how good those werewolves are. They're not getting there. But if you do a good job of making your quarterback go to your second, third progression, then now all of a sudden those werewolves have the time to make a play. And I want to go back, way back, because you mentioned Coach Bowden, okay? And before he got there, Florida State was really not very good at all for a long time. And we were in the meeting room one day, and we had signed a kid named Deion Sanders. He could have been the best receiver in the world, or he could have been the best DB in the world.
Wow.
And so we're fighting over him as a staff. Where should he go? Coach Bowden says, boys, if we're going to win a championship, we got to play defense. We're moving Deion to defensive back, Thorpe Award winner.
Wow.
You know, the rest is history. But that was the beginning of those great defenses we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, one thing you talk about the DBs at Florida State, they got 2 great safeties, not just good ones. You talk about Jamie Robinson, you saw the tape, but another one is Akeem Dent. And these guys are returners. They played in the system last year. You get a chance to listen to Coach Adam Fuller, defensive coordinator, just saying we have continuity, we have returning depth. And I think that's the key for this team, not just to go from, winning 7, 8 games, maybe even more. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but I think with that returning depth, that's going to be an advantage you're going to have offensively and defensively.
On top of Cooper at cornerback. I mean, a guy that came in and really made some plays and really emerged. So that's why that secondary, we're not worried about those guys.
And I'll tell you, that secondary, maybe overlooking this week, it's an FCS opponent, but when you look at LSU, an opportunity for a defense to truly feast. Early on in the season, it's about being buttoned up. Turnovers are kind of prevalent early on. Jamie Robinson may be at a feast and kind of change the field, shorten that thing, and give Jordan Travis and that offense an opportunity. Okay, so that's the first game. That's Florida State and Duquesne coming up. But we're in Chapel Hill, baby.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this second game. FAMU and UNC. And the theme in this one is post-Sam Howell era. Well, Drake May will get the first nod. And you're looking at 2 quarterbacks in a heated competition in Criswell and May. Neither one have a wealth of experience. But Coach Brown ultimately elected to go with Drake May. His thoughts on electing QB1 to Mr. May.
I'm not getting into any quarterback competition. We just felt like Drake should walk out there first. Both of them did really, really well. And there's just very little difference between the 2. And again, if one quarterback is not moving the ball, we'll put the other one in. We've done that in the past. We just don't have a plan other than you're scoring touchdowns, you stay in, you're not, and it's not going to be 3 and out, and we jerk him. We're going to give them each one a chance, but if you're moving it, you stay in. If you're not, let the other guy have a chance.
EJ, it's not exactly a ringing endorsement, but if you're Drake May and that's how you hear it, how are you assessing what you've heard from your coach?
One reason, you're playing Florida A&M. All right, this is not like you're playing Clemson. It's not like you're playing NC State. So you have an opportunity where you are overmatching these guys. You have a young quarterback, give them opportunity. But also, I still think it's fair to give Jacoby Criswell an opportunity. If it's as close within training camp as Coach Mack Brown and the staff has been saying, give both guys a real chance to show who they're going to be. And also, the team is going to follow that hot guy too.
Show them what they. Even the spring game, there's people in the stands. It's as close to a real game. When you get in a game like this, you're going to learn a lot about your quarterback.
Best part about it all, we're going to have the best seat in the house, boys.
That's right.
We're going to be watching Drake May, and if we see Jacoby Criswell, we'll be doing it right here from the sidelines here at Chapel Hill. So we're going to take a break. There's still weather in Tallahassee. We'll get you that game as soon as it happens.
As long as there's a football field and there's a Renegade Osceola, Florida State University will be Seminoles.
Fasciola on Renegade, waiting to slam the spear into the ground. When that spear goes into the ground, that means we are at war.
I really had no idea back then just how big it would get to be.
Every eye in the stadium is in one place at one time when that spear goes in the ground.
You just knew that that was the time for you to get it on.
The thing about a tradition is that you see it happen, and you see it happen just like you remembered it.
When you hear Florida State football, I mean, you automatically got to include Renegade and Osceola.
Here's Fasciola.
There's an old saying that a test of a good decision is the test of time, and I like to think of that way. When we had so many obstacles at the beginning, the Osceola Renegade tradition, and yet it did persevere.
We didn't have a traditional start to football games. Florida had that big alligator would come out on the field, you know, and Miami would blow the fans and the steam, the fog machine coming up, you know, but Florida State didn't really have a tradition. A fellow by the name of Bill Durham, he said, we got to do something.
When I was a student in the 60s at FSU, I was working on the homecoming committee. I thought at that time, I said, what would be really neat, we could introduce it at powwow if we had a student that would play the role of the most well-known name to most people in the Seminole Nation of Osceola. And he would ride a Native American horse down the center of the field, and right after the coin toss, he'd slam a spear with a fire on the end of it into the ground. I thought people kind of liked that. Unfortunately, could not get support for the idea. Skipping forward many years later, Coach Bobby Bowden, he was hired at Florida State as our head coach in 1976. I had the pleasure to get to know he and his wonderful wife, Ann. I was sitting at their home one night in their living room, and I said, Coach Bowden, I have this idea I've had since I was on the homecoming committee back in the 60s, and I told him about it, and the more I talked about it, the more on the edge of the seat he got, and he said, golly, can you make that happen? He and Ann were visionaries. They could see it. I thought that the thing we needed to do, though, was to get the approval of the Seminole tribe of Florida. Went down to the reservation and sat down with Howard Tommy, their chief. Told him what I wanted to do. The thing to me, it was just right for them to approve and like the idea. He said, well, I'll tell you what. He said, if you will furnish what it cost for the material, I'll have ladies in our tribe to make your first paraphernalia, and I'll send it to you. He did.
Chief Tommy gave them the blessing, made the regalia. They still make it for us to this day.
With their help, it makes us closer to keeping it authentic. So the Seminole tribe is very involved in the regalia of our rider. In that meeting with Howard Tommy, I agreed about three things. It would be a young man that would play the spirit of Osceola. That young man would be a good student. That young man would be of high moral character.
He put an ad in the student newspaper, and back then it couldn't be tryouts for Osceola because no one knew what that was. It hadn't appeared yet. And so he simply said, can you ride bareback? And he had about 100 applicants, people that applied with the ad, and through that process he selected our first Osceola, which was Jim Kidder.
So Jim, all he saw was me get on the horse and say, Jim, here's what I want you to do. We're going to ride down like this, and you're going to have this spear, and we're going to light it. We're going to do that now so you get used to it, and you're going to throw that into the middle of the field at the stadium after the coin toss. And Jim said, I'm going to ride in the stadium and do all this? Yep, that's what we're going to do.
Renegades have always been an Appaloosa, and Dad selected that breed because they also have a Native American history and heritage. With their coloring and their Native American history, Dad felt like it was a great breed to utilize.
I decided to call the horses Renegade because Seminole was a Spanish name, and it means runaway, renegade. And that stuck with me. Well, that's what we'll call the horse. We'll call the horses Renegades. Looking everywhere, trying to find the right Appaloosa, and had a friend ended up, borrowed a horse, borrowed what we call a few spot Appaloosa. That was our first horse that we used for a few games in the beginning years. It took a few games for people to get into it and to realize and to expect it. That horse wasn't trained to rear up. He just came to the middle of the field, threw the spear, and came off. It went great. He did good. But the reaction of the fans was, what's that horse doing on the field? What's that all about? You know, nobody really knew what was going on.
So 1978 was the debut of Osceola aboard Renegade and throwing that spear at midfield to begin every football game. Since 1978, Renegade and Osceola have been a trademark of Florida State football and Joe Campbell Stadium and this great Seminole tradition.
And it's just grown with popularity, whereas if it's on television, anybody sees it, well, there's Florida State. That's Florida State.
This is something that the Durham family is, we've been very, very honored to be able to do. Real credit back to Dad and his vision. It was wonderful to participate as a rider. I've now been on the Renegade team for a long, long time.
So people ask me, well, Bill, are you still? I said, no. Alan runs everything. I'm the head manure man, and I just sit on the sidelines and criticize.
We hope that people unite behind it so that when they come back to Bobby Bowden Field at Doak Campbell Stadium and they take their seats, they're ready to see that pageantry that they've been seeing for 40 years.
Auto Owners insures your car, because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to inventhelp.com to get started today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today. Go to inventhelp.com for free information.
Hi, I'm CC Sabathia. If Win Reality was around when I was pitching, I would have hated it. But my son Carson's a hitter, and I don't pitch anymore, so I love Win Reality.
Dad, the camera's over here.
Be ready for real. Win Reality.
Getting outdoors is all about the experience, the challenge, the views, the victories. We put that in a bottle. Clean ingredients like coconut oil, activated charcoal,
Florida. After that first time, I talked several times with Chief Howard Tommy on the telephone, letting him know how it went. The tribe was very much for it. We just want to make sure that we always do it in a very respectful way.
Before they even started this tradition, the Durham family came down to the chief of the Seminole tribe of Florida and asked for permission. You know, I mean, that's out of respect.
Keeping that relationship with the tribe is of utmost importance, because through these years, we have developed so many strong friendships, and they're some of our best friends, and they make us feel at home when we go to the reservation, and we sure want them to feel at home when they come to Tallahassee as well.
They got the Osceola on the horse, but then they also got statues of our people. You know, they got like the man and a couple of women and a couple of kids. You know, they got the bronze statues, man. You know, that looks pretty cool.
It's a really special and unique bond between a tribe and, you know, a university, one that you won't really find anywhere else.
I'm a diehard Florida State fan, but I love my culture, you know, and I can distinguish the two, you know. We got our ceremonies and we sing songs that goes hundreds and hundreds of years ago. You know, that's what makes me who I am, you know, when that's handed down from our moms and our dads and stuff like that. And to know that, man, you know what, there's a football team up there called Florida State Seminoles, you know. That's a good name, because, you know, that to us, that's a part, we feel like it's a part of us. In 2014, I had a chance. I was at one of the Florida State football games. I introduced myself to Alan Durham. Hey, would y'all like to come to our Brighton Field Day Festival with Renegade and Osceola? And he said, we'd be honored to.
It's wonderful to develop friendships, you know, with so many members of the tribe, and to really get to know them and who they are, and they're just absolutely wonderful people, and I think it's one of the things that makes FSU so special, is we have a connection with a very special people, and that's the Seminole Tribe of Florida.
I feel the university is a tribe itself, and I look at the Seminole Native together.
Well, I think inclusion from FSU in the Seminole Tribe, participate and be a part of Brighton Field Day, which is one of the two main events that the tribe has.
The Eastern Diamondback Rattlesnake.
When it's Brighton Field Day Festival, it's an opportunity for our tribe, the Seminole tribe, to share its culture with, you know, with guests.
They get the name Diamondback, you'll notice very easily. They have a series of diamonds going along their back, and he has a rattle, so Diamondback Rattlesnake.
Whether they want to see the rodeo, they want to see the Indian dancers. It's a combination of several things that why a lot of people come.
Hopefully it's teaching more to the students and fans alike, letting them know that we're more, and there's actually culture and history of a people that they represent.
keep my wardrobe fresh.
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with Multiview. Try free at Fubo TV.
Oh, I won't work for weeks.
John, get up.
Oh, my.
Workforce training. He's ensured every Florida parent has the curriculum transparency they deserve. Governor Ron DeSantis, putting students first, protecting parents' rights.
The Sport Clips MVP haircut experience is like nothing else in the world. Infused with our signature scent. A 7-point massaging
The rider here is actually my oldest son. That's Alan, and he rode for several years in the 90s. Well, when I years, and we will have placed the spear in the they do on that horse, out on that field. Most people can't. Young men, and they come out, there's a tremendous amount of pressure. You get to that stadium, it's a whole different world.
But it's an incredible training process. It's almost just like any other your goal is to become connected with the horse, that you understand what he's doing. I mean, it's a
entire year for that handful of times that they get to appear, because they get that one play. And you can really start to feel the energy increase as we head towards kickoff.
People are so enthusiastic. The fans in Tallahassee, it's truly incredible. I mean, they have their faces all painted. surrounded by 80,000 people with so many. And start getting to the role, preparing myself mentally.
When that rider goes into that regalia, it is a very serious moment. When that rider dons the regalia that has been given to us by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, many of the pieces that the rider wears are art.
Someone who is representative of their tribe and their greatest war leader that most likely ever lived. So it's an unbelievable opportunity, and it's a great thing that they would support that they would look at the regalia and go, man, this is. You're leading the team out, you come down, you're at the other end of the end zone, and you get the signal, and it's like, all right, it's go time, and you're charging onto the Seminole head, and then all eyes, boom, rear the horse up, give you a war cry, bam, plant the spear, and the whole stadium just erupts. There is no other experience.
And then you just go back and watch the video and be like, wow, everybody was just screaming and I couldn't hear anything.
It's a wonderful to the center. We hope it's a chance to create a little here.
They reached out to me and asked if I wanted
opportunities. And think about it, he won most of them.
The Seminoles had indeed won new respect. They were becoming known.
Give me a second, y'all. I'm fixing it right now. I got y'all. Let me hide the screen real quick. I'm fixing it. I got y'all. I just got back. My fault, y'all. My fault. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get it fixed. Do not worry. Dude, McDonald's took like 30 minutes, bro. I don't know what's going on. There we go. Turn it up. Okay. Oh, wait.
Over the number one ranked team in America.
In '92, Florida State had finally gotten to a position where they had juice. That move to the ACC enabled him to then have a championship caliber program where he didn't have to worry about scheduling to get revenue. And they could dominate the ACC, and they did. So by the time the '93 season rolled around, Bobby Bowden's brand was heavy duty.
Bobby felt like he had as good a team as he'd ever had. He knew he had Charlie Ward. This team was special.
All those games, they were supposed to be close, and they weren't.
No, that's not a mistake. That's Florida State 57 and Clemson nothing.
Florida State 33, North Carolina 7. 40-14, Florida State rolls.
Florida State 51-0. It's unbelievable.
It wasn't about winning for us. It was about being dominant. That was our mindset, and it just carried on throughout that season.
And we were loaded at every position.
Is that over? We had one more thing left, which was to win a national championship. It was just a matter of us going out and doing our jobs.
I think that we have the talent that gives us a chance at the conference championship and the national championship.
The national championship, the lack of it haunted him for a long time. And people say, well, those guys like him don't worry about that. Well, they do worry about that too.
The many times he came in second or lost a wide right or missed an opportunity, it looked like his career might be one that he always came in second.
Here comes Florida State.
The game was close, and when you're in a championship game, all you ask for as a team is to have a chance to win the game.
He's got it.
We make the field goal, yeah, and we get a penalty for celebrating. Then we get a penalty on the kickoff, and Nebraska's at midfield before they take the first snap. And they set up for a field goal, and wide left, Florida State beats Nebraska.
Florida State wins a national championship.
I just remember his face. And Mrs. Ann Bowden, planting a kiss on him. It literally looked as if the bear was lifted off his back.
And so everybody was saying, well, they just can't do it. They just can't do it. So we finally did. So what was the feeling? It was a feeling of, thank goodness, we've got them off our back. We won a national championship.
The hot spots and pressure points on your mattress could be why you were tossing and turning last night, leaving you tired with aches and pains. But don't buy a new mattress. Upgrade it with the premium mattress topper by Dormeo. It transforms your mattress into a luxurious sleeping surface. It's the only topper in the world with patented OctaSpring technology, providing incredible pressure point relief and advanced breathability, so you don't wake up hot. Head to Dormeo.com now for a special TV offer that's only available at Dormeo.com. That's Dormeo.com.
Hi, folks. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting money added back to your Social Security check may now be available to you in your zip code. Make sure you're not missing out. It's simple. 1, call the number on your screen. 2, they'll look up your zip code and see if you're eligible. 3, they'll check for plans with extra benefits like prescriptions, dental coverage, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every single month. Call now.
I called to get everything I deserve.
I called to check my zip code for a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I called to check my zip code.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. Call, check your zip code, see if you're eligible, and get what you deserve. Call now.
Call 1-800-617-3964. That's 1-800-617-3964 now.
If you love what you do and you're passionate about what you do, you're going to achieve success. And Bobby did it.
At Florida State, they've got more than just a great football team. They've got a great football tradition. Bobby Bowden's done a super job.
Bobby had never had an undefeated season in his entire coaching career until 1999.
Florida State beats Virginia Tech. We are the champions of college football. I see you, Florida State.
We were first in the nation on the first day of the season, and we were first in the nation every day.
That wire-to-wire thing has never been accomplished before or after.
He set marks that, a lot of times I don't think they'll ever be reached again.
That run in the mid-'80s into the '90s 14 consecutive years finishing in the top 5.
We went over a decade without losing a bowl game, and we weren't playing in, cupcake bowls.
We got the ACC, we won 9 straight ACC titles, 12 overall.
Touchdown, Florida State, it's over. The Seminoles are the champions of the ACC again.
You really don't appreciate it until you become a head coach. You try to do the same thing. It's tough to do.
In any conference, to have that kind of domination, Bobby Bowden sort of set the stage and said, this is Florida State. You try to beat us.
To see that in that order. It's truly amazing.
Football is not the most important thing in life. Get your priorities in order. God, family, then somewhere down that line, football comes,
It's always been faith, family, and football with my dad, and that's the way it started. That's the way it was till the last day he was around.
Our family is very important to us. We raised 6 good kids, and he was home as much as he could be with his children.
No matter where he had to go recruit when we were growing up, no matter how far it was, he would drive most all the night so he could wake up with us in the morning and lead us in our prayers and Bible study.
He was my Sunday school teacher as a junior high. How he found time, and I'm not saying he was a good Sunday school teacher, but he taught.
He was a great father, a great role model for his boys.
My father loved golf. In the summer, he would play every day. It's who wants to go with him.
I ain't even seen it. Where'd that go?
Of course, most people play a foursome, but unfortunately there are 4 boys, and then my father made 5, so we had to play a 5-some. We'd have a tournament.
Don't you dare. Don't, jeez. Did y'all nearly have something there?
Yeah. Those golfing things were some special times.
I'm praying so hard for you not to do that.
He cherished being home with family. He really looked forward to it, but he loved coaching, and he loved the challenge at the Division I level.
This is really the last hurrah before the season. Once we leave here, it's all football.
He set a great example the way he lived, because when he left the house, he did not become another person. The way he was on the field was the way he was at home, and vice versa.
The players on the team in Tallahassee always knew the role the family played in his life. They were, as a team, an extension of the Bowden family.
I've raised 4 sons myself, and I think that helps in coaching. That's the only philosophy I have in dealing with men. Try to treat them like my own sons. I try to do that.
He started this rich tradition of family first mindset by the way he carried himself and also led the program.
He was a father figure, a guy that I think all the players looked up to.
He coached from the perspective of he was coming to change a young boy into a productive young man, and football just happens to be the vehicle.
To have a program that was based on faith, family, and football. Coach embodied all of that. His faith being at the forefront of all of his decisions, he did it the right way.
What he created is trust and love each other and fight for each other. And that made this program second to none.
I think football was a higher calling for him, but football was also more than just a game. It was not just a game to win, but it was how you won. We learned that from him, and we all have tried to take it with us wherever we go. Good job. Let's go, Automatic. It's my 26th year as a head coach, and I'm not even close to where my father was. It's kind of nice that I'm the final Bowden still hanging on to this family tradition. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go!
Addie, and then Tommy, and then Terry, and then Jeff. So it really was everything.
We had a great role model. People used to ask us, what did Bobby Bowden give you? Tommy said it, I didn't. He taught us how to act like a head coach. Poise, class, lose with dignity, win with respect of the other team.
The information we got from him, from a coaching standpoint, was just like gold. We had a one-up on anybody else, and I think it was reflected in the early success we had.
Tommy had an undefeated season. Terry had an undefeated season. And they all had them before I did.
How many in one family have gone undefeated in Division I college football? To me, that warranted first family of college football stature.
The entire 90s, of course, were great when I was at Auburn and Tommy at Clemson and Dad at Florida State. But the special day, of course, was the Bowden Bowl, the Clemson-Florida State game that was played every year in the ACC.
History in the making tonight from Clemson, South Carolina. Over 30 members of the extended Bowden family are on hand here tonight. Some coaching, some cheering, others completely agonizing over divided loyalties.
The Bowden Bowl, the first time they met, was just, it was incredible.
It should be a great game, and he's going to try hard to win. I'm going to try hard to win.
First time father and son ever played, huge media.
No, it just ought to be a great football game, and we're thankful for the opportunity.
I feel sorry for all the pressure on him tonight.
Bobby was uncomfortable about it. He didn't like it at all. I said, well, how do you feel about it? He says, well, pregame, when I go out the 50-yard line, now that'll be nice, but when the ball game starts, that's going to be hard.
My mother, had a son and a husband, tried to play it right down the middle with a famous sweatshirt.
I'm just feeling so much pride in my husband and in my sons and in my whole family.
The first one was fun. I about knocked him out of a national championship. I didn't, but I about did.
He said lose close. I thought he said win close. That's what we're going to try to do.
Touchdown, Gardner.
We wanted Coach Bowden to beat Tommy every time because we always said Coach Bowden taught you what you know, so we weren't going to let him beat it.
Left side, Travis Minor, touchdown Seminoles.
A historic moment for Bobby Bowden and Tommy Bowden. They'll meet at midfield, father versus son, and Daddy knows best.
And when it was over, it was over. I mean, they would shake hands and you see them give great big hugs. It was fun to watch.
It was a great time. I think people loved that era of the Bowden football dynasty that was going on and the game that was played and the way it was played. I think that's the part that I'll never forget.
Marco Rubio is stepping in to help residents at a troubled apartment complex,
demanding a federal inspection.
Senator Rubio took action.
The lives of thousands of Americans were improved.
Senator Rubio was really key in crafting the Paycheck Protection Program.
A lifeline for some businesses during the pandemic.
Marco Rubio took more steps to protect veterans.
Rubio was a driving force,
addressing the burn pits crisis.
Marco Rubio, getting things done for Florida.
I'm Marco Rubio, and I approved of this message.
As someone with hearing loss, I know what a confusing and frustrating experience getting hearing aids can be. That's why I founded Lively. Affordable, high-quality hearing aids with all of the features you need, and none of the hassle.
I use Lively hearing aids, and it's been wonderful.
It's so light and so small.
But it's a fraction of the cost of the other devices.
They cost thousands less.
It's insanely user-friendly. You take the hearing test online, the doctor programs in the settings. You don't even need to go into an office.
They're delivered to your door in a few days, and you're up and running in no time.
It connects via Bluetooth to my phone.
You can stream music, and you can answer phone calls.
The audiologist was so incredible.
She's full of all kinds of little helpful hints.
I love it.
They're a game changer for me.
I feel like I could take on anything.
It feels great to be in control of my hearing.
Better hearing has never been this easy. Try Lively risk-free for 100 days. Visit listenlively.com.
Stitch Fix.
When you don't have time to shop, we'll do it for you. Tell us your style, size, and price range. We learn what you like and what you don't. Then, our style experts deliver clothes that match your vibe and fit your wallet. With Try Before You Buy, keep what you love and send back the rest. Plus, shipping and returns are on us. It's the easy way to get pieces that fit. Stitch Fix. Get $20 off your first purchase.
After Bobby passed, I got a lot of cards from coaches, friends, and people who I've never heard of. This is from Tom Osborne. Bobby was the best friend I had in the coaching profession. He was a good man and was a great role model for his players. He will be greatly missed. This one's from Lou Holtz. He said, "Dear Ann and family, I realize that there is nothing that I can say that will diminish the pain that you and your family are experiencing. There is nobody in this country that I respect and admire as much as him as a friend. God bless you and the Bowden clan. Sincerely, Lou Holtz." It's hard for me to read these things. I mean, I just break down and cry. I was thinking how much I wish he was sitting there and let me read them to him, because it's very touching.
Felt like our father had left us. You know? Our father has passed.
Every time I come to the Moore Center, there's somebody that's taking a picture of the statue of Bobby Bowden.
The man's done a lot for me. He's done a lot for my family. And I love him and will miss him.
The worst thing I'd want him to say about me, boy, what a great coach, but he cheated. I'd like for him to say, boy, he was one of the best, and he did it the right way.
Good picture, though. There's Steve. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was a good picture. My father would have wanted his legacy to be known exactly as it was presented when people got up and talked about him. And I think my father would have been pleased with the 5 services and how they projected his legacy.
Now, we all can honor Coach Bowden as the legend he is, but more importantly, he was setting a foundation in our life to be men of character.
Do not worry about who is going to win the game, okay? You just play the best you can.
Some coaches motivate by fear, but he didn't motivate that way. He motivated out of compassion and love.
Listen to what I say, that's very important. Don't worry about a mistake. You young guys, you worry about mistakes. Don't worry about a mistake.
Because if Coach was here today, he wouldn't be talking about his record on the football field. He wouldn't be talking about, the national titles. He'll be talking about a personal relationship with the Lord Jesus.
Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Dear God, thank you for this beautiful day. And thank you for our health. We pray that nobody will get hurt today. Protect us from injury. And we pray that you'll help our players to do the best they can. That's all we can. Just help them to do their best.
I don't know whether he ever fully realized what an influence he had on so many of these kids, not just with football, but their life.
When I've listened to some of the stories, and even like at his service, I realize how much he impacted so many people, so deeply.
This university will never forget Bobby Bowden. alumni 2 and 3 generations beyond will always know who Bobby Bowden was. They may not have known him, they may not know the entire true story of the man he was, but they'll know Bobby Bowden. He left a champion, and he always will be a champion. This is Bobby Bowden Field at Joe Campbell Stadium. For the 2021 year, we have the Bobby in he loved that like Australian style hat, and it's a classic, and then his autograph underneath it. That's what we have on the field.
To see that the guys wore decals on the back of their helmets, right? To see his whole Bobby printed down the hat everywhere, that's special, right? That's special. You know, I had tears in my eyes the whole time.
Something just felt a little different tonight, didn't it? Something about the night that they've been honoring Bobby Bowden when the roar of the war chant is echoing extra loud.
It just shows who he was and what he meant to a lot of people.
To see how he affected the game in a bigger than a Florida State footprint, I think that's the most impressive thing, to see him recognized by other universities, other conferences, other people.
We celebrate him at FSU. Everybody expects that. But then we go to Clemson, they celebrated him. For Wake Forest, they celebrated him. He's a man that's deserving of every honor that he gets.
Was he the greatest coach of all time? I think there's a very good argument that he could be the greatest coach of all time. But what I don't think anyone can argue with is that he was the greatest human being that ever coached the game all time.
Florida State's such a young team a year ago, and now confident that they have grown to a place ready to play to the level of their talent.
Honestly, it's a change. That's a statement we're making. It's a change. It's not the team from last year, not even near.
Getting an opportunity to play on week 0 is definitely unique. It puts a great sense of urgency in our preparation, and it's our first chance to put on display the identity of this 2022 Florida State football team.
We learned last year you can't take anybody for granted. That's a big game. They're going to come out there and fight and give everything they have. We have to do the same, give 100% and win that football game big.
I mean, on the national stage on week 0, me and my brothers, we're going to put on a show for Tallahassee and for our fans.
Oh, we should be about a quarter and a half into football right now, but the weather in Tallahassee said, hold the phone. That brand of football Florida State's about to be playing with Jordan Travis won't pick up now till 6:30. 6:30 kickoff time there due to the weather. But we are here in Chapel Hill, and that's Kelsey Riggs working overtime, getting things started for game number 2 here on the network as the Tar Heels here in Chapel Hill get ready to host FAMU. Coach Mack Brown talking things over game plan-wise with Kelsey Riggs. That's right, we're back, guys. You thought we were done. We did an hour in what we thought was leading up to game time. A little bit of weather in Tallahassee. They will kick off at 6:30. Jordan Cornette here, Coach Mark Richt, E.J. Manuel, Eric McLean. It's not nearly as hot, boys. We got about 15 minutes of work. We'll get it to Drew Roddy and Larisha here in a second. But let's talk about the fact there's a weather delay down there at Florida State. Looking to kickstart the season for all of ACC football. This is the first team we're going to see in a weather delay. Excited to go play football. Coach, you've been in this position running a team. What's the biggest dilemma you're dealing with before you guys take the field?
Well, you're worried about their mindset, but you're also worried about their stomach. You know, pregame meal is designed to be 4 hours before kick to get you to halftime and get a snack and finish the game. Well, now you're sitting there at 5.5 hours from your meal. So you're like, I got to feed these guys again. Hey, go upstairs, get the managers and trainers to go upstairs to Chick-fil-A and grab some Chick-fil-A sandwiches and feed these cats so they don't die by halftime.
So it's not just the biggest issue for us, what we're going to eat. It's also the players.
But Coach is right. I mean, he said this early in our show. As football players, when you're only playing 1 game a week, I mean, you're all about a time schedule. So if I have my pregame meal 4 hours or 3.5 hours, that throws it off when we have a rain delay. So you don't want guys to start catching cramps. You know, it's still a long game, so they may be playing until 8 o'clock tonight. But it's going to be key, really, for them to just get back loose. Also, mentally, stay loose. Don't get tight and all of a sudden when you're just sitting in that cubby hole in your locker
so much energy.
You're worried about, oh, man, I got to do this. Hey, just relax, take a deep breath. Go out there and play some football.
Well, if you knew right away it's a 15-minute delay, you'd know how to act.
Sure.
If you knew it was an hour and a half delay, you'd know how to act. But you don't know that. It's like the airlines when they say you're about to board the plane and then they give you another half an hour delay.
It is, though, yeah.
I mean, it's so hard to time it up.
Yeah, and one thing will be interesting to watch during this game. You did a great demonstration earlier. That field is going to be different.
Here,
check the foot. The field is going to be different.
I'm not as fast as I typically am, guys. I'm not 4.4 speed with the weather and the rain on the turf.
The rain, mud, the great equalizer. Slows everything down. Now things you have to pay more attention. You can't use your burners. Rely on your big uglies up front. Let's go run the ball, baby.
Yeah.
Or throw a
double move in the first play.
Double move,
Get
see
that
you later.
DB to slip and throw a house call, so why not?
I feel like our resident offensive lineman would say, it's really hot out. The sun's shining. We probably football slippery. We should run. We should run the football. That's what he wants to do right there. So Florida State is going to play football here. They are going to host Duquesne down there in Tallahassee. And let's be very clear. Home openers, season openers have not been kind to Florida State as they have lost their last 4 of them. Looking to get right, hosting FCS Duquesne here. Our Larisha Harris caught up with Coach Norvell earlier today.
Coach, week 0, first ACC game of the year. What are the benefits?
Well, it's definitely put a sense of urgency in our fall camp, and the work that we did in the summer. It's great being able to kick off college football, and to be here in week 0. I'm just excited to be here at Doak Campbell Stadium, and an opportunity to play in front of our home crowd, to see the first glimpse of the identity of this 2022 Florida State football team. Really appreciate the work our players have put in, and excited to watch them play.
You've expressed a lot of optimism about the growth and the development of your players. Where do they stand today?
Well, that's what I've seen, and you build confidence through work, and that's what I've seen our guys do. And it's been, since we got back in January, though, there's been a purpose behind everything that we've done, and I've seen those incremental steps throughout the course of the season and preparing for today. And this is our first opportunity, our first showcase, and I know the guys are looking forward to the opportunity to compete.
Jordan Travis is your guy. He's a starting quarterback, leader of this team. What are you expecting?
And encouraged his teammates, making 10 other guys out there better whenever he's on the field, and so that's all.
They went 5-3. That defense picked it up a notch, Coach. Jordan Travis started to figure it out as he was their main guy under center. How do you keep that momentum from how they finished last year?
Well, first of all, the worst thing that happened maybe last season was Florida State starts 0-4. But then the best thing that might have happened is how they came back from that. And you mentioned Jordan Travis and how he got better. I think part of it was, as we've mentioned on the show, the coaching staff said, we got to turn this kid loose. Just got to let him play, live and die with what he does, and I think he responded very well to that.
Yeah, I think Florida State set the tone with the defense. You have great defenders over there, bringing back Cooper, you're bringing back plenty of linebackers and Amari Gaynor, and then, of course, the headhunters at safety and Jamie Robinson and Akeem Dent. So I think you set the tone with the defense and let them go out there first.
And just seeing those guys continue to build, how much can you pull from that momentum a year ago and the confidence that you have when you found out your identity and when it actually worked? It won you football games. So lean on that offensive line. Lean on this very talented running back room, which, by the way, they got a great transfer from Oregon and Benson that's going to be able to really add to it. Excited to see what those guys can do. Can you keep running that rock and be who you are?
You guys have paid a boatload of money to analyze football. This is a game of Florida State and Duquesne where you might not get a chance to analyze.
Mine's more like a John boat.
It's a lot of money. To analyze football, Florida State, Duquesne, you may not be able to glean that much from this game. And the reason why, maybe a vanilla playbook, right? I mean, Florida State has LSU the following week. Yeah. EJ, you're nodding your head. Is that bogus to you?
I think you can take something away from every game that's played, no matter if it's a huge game against LSU or if it's somewhat not as big of a game against Duquesne. I think it's a matter of who you are. How do you play? How are you, going between the huddle? How are you running out onto the field? Are you having guys laid out on kickoff return, things like that? So that's what I want to see from Florida State today. Just be cleaning your procedures, no boneheaded penalties. Go out there and play a clean football.
Clean football, no injuries. That's what you want to see in this one.
And look sharp, right? I'd imagine.
Execute. I mean, no matter what you call, everybody's got a job to do, and the coach expects everybody to do it.
Jamie Robinson has a job to do, and he's a playmaker on that defense. Defensive back, 4 interceptions last year, led the ACC. We talk about this defense, you lead with this guy. Preseason All-American, EJ. Show me why he's worthy of that label.
Yeah, well, you talk about the 8 interceptions that this team has gotten over the past 8 games, and now he's caught 4 of them. So when you look at Jamie Robinson on tape, one of the first things that's going to jump out to you is a mindset, and that's a mindset of taking the football away. A lot of DBs don't necessarily possess this. They want to get interceptions. They want to, get the knockdown and be saying incomplete and all that kind of stuff. But this guy gets beat on the inside. He does a great job of recovering, holds his man up, and not only does that, he strips the football out of there, and that's a mindset. That's something that these defenders at Florida State are going to start having from him. And again, right here, you're going to see a tunnel screen by Clemson. The 2 offensive linemen, Mac, you got to get on right here. One of them blocked this guy, but nobody blocked him. He sticks to the guy like, white on right.
Give me that.
Gets in there, holds him up again. Peanut Tillman did a great job of this. He had a Hall of Fame career for the Chicago Bears.
Peanut punch.
Stripped that thing out of there. Football back to Florida State, especially in a crucial part of the game. And this last play, you're going to see an option route on the inside. Middle's open. No, it's not. Jamie Robinson is coming down to strike you, and not only strike you, but also take that ball away. So I'm not sure if that's a fumble recovery or if that's an interception. Maybe you should get credit for both.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, this guy also reminds me of a famous number 3.
Whoa.
Derwin James just got paid. You can look at the numbers right now. They align perfectly. So I really think this guy's in the same light DBU there at Florida State.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
You wear the number 3.
Plant the flag, baby.
You wear the number 3 at Florida State.
Yeah, you got to
know it's real, right? You know it's real.
Yes,
If it was really real, it'd be up on the banner. No one could wear it.
It's coming. You're right, though. You're right. Maybe one day.
For him or for you?
Maybe one day. One of us, because it was a bunch of good number 3s.
Did have me straight from Coach on a bingo card here today.
Leon Washington,
here we are. Coach, what do you think about this defense of Florida State? Is that what leads the way when you talk about the Noles this year?
When the Noles have been great, it's been defense. And I was offensive coordinator, and we scored a lot of points. But when Mickey Andrews was the defensive coordinator, and we just were blasting everybody, the bottom line is defense will set up great field position, defense can score points, and defense obviously can set the tone with the big hit.
EMAC, when you look at a guy like Jared Verse, he's tasked with doing a lot for this group because of what he's replacing off that edge. Is this a guy that can have that type of production?
Listen, he's a guy that just looks the part. You see him in spring ball. We saw him in camp. Now you see him right here warming up on the screen. He's twitchy. He has great moves off of the edge. The only thing I'm interested to see, and it won't necessarily be tonight, is when it's a level of competition that is higher than the FCS, than the G5. How does he do on a consistent basis? Does he rise to what we think he can do and have a defensive player of the year type deal, but certainly going to be a big piece for this Noles defense.
EJ, can this be one of the best defenses in the ACC we know about?
Yo, if you guys are tuning in this stream, please drop a sub on this channel. This is a new channel. We'll try to get to 100 subs real quick so we can do, so I can apply for monetization, whatever the heck it's called, man. Please hit the sub button if you guys are tuning in. I'm streaming this game, as well as Vanderbilt's game tonight, so make sure to tune in, man. We're going to start streaming all the games on this channel instead because my other channel, it wasn't working, and I do not want to get that banned. So we're going to stream on here.
Longer than anticipated, but after a lightning delay, we are ready for football at FSU. No more way too early rankings, no more prognostications, no more press conference cliches. It's time for 11 on 11, full contact, every snap matters, football in front of a packed house under the lights. ACC football starts right now.
Now confident that they have grown to a place ready to play to the level of their talent.
Honestly, it's a change. That's a statement we're making. It's a change. It's not the team from last year, not even near.
Getting an opportunity to play on week 0 is definitely unique. It puts a great sense of urgency in our preparation, and it's our first chance to put on display the identity of this 2022 Florida State football team.
We learned last year you can't take anybody for granted. That's a big game. They're going to come out there and fight and give everything they have. We have to do the same, give 100% and win that football game big.
On the national stage on week 0, me and my brothers, we're going to put on a show for Tallahassee and for our fans.
Year 3 of the Mike Norvell era begins tonight at Doak Campbell Stadium as the Dukes of Duquesne come on down from Pittsburgh with upset on the brain against an FSU team that did lose to an FCS opponent on this field last year. What's happening, everyone? Happy Saturday and happy college football season. Drew Carter, Roddy Jones with you upstairs. We'll check in with Larisha Harris on the field in just a moment. And Roddy, finally, we're here. Football season is back.
Yeah, we've waited 7 months. What's another hour and a half that we had to wait for this delay? It's a little bit of adversity for this Florida State team early in 2022, but with everything they've been through the first 2 years of this Mike Norvell era, it feels very much like a team that's ready to handle anything that's thrown at them.
And for the first time in about a decade here in Tallahassee, no quarterback competition. We know it's Jordan Travis.
Yeah, it's been the offseason of Jordan Travis, who spent the last 2 off seasons in 2020 trying to earn the job throughout that season. You go into the 2021 offseason, and Jordan Travis is trying to defend that job from Mackenzie Milton and prove he's the guy. Well, that's not the case this year. He has spent the entire offseason being the leader of this football team, being able to take every first-team rep. He's one of the best deep ball throwers in the ACC. No caveats, no qualifications to that. And if this group is better around him, I think he's got a shot, Drew, to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Jordan Travis was dialed in down the stretch of last year in the last 7 games. 17 total touchdowns, just 2 interceptions, completed 65% of his passes. Football is back at Doak Campbell Stadium. So is Osceola and Renegade. For more on QB1, Jordan Travis, let's go down to Larisha.
Well, Roddy, you talked about him being a leader. He is one dedicated leader, I can tell you that. He did not go home at all this offseason. He stayed here working on his game because he wanted to take that next step and elevate himself. But he does acknowledge that though he's in this leadership position, he did not get here all by himself. He credits former teammates Mackenzie Milton and James Blackman. From Mackenzie Milton, he said he took from him work ethic, what it means to go hard. And from James Blackman, he took from him being authentic, genuine, and just truly learning how to be a great teammate. Roddy, Drew?
All right, great stuff, Larisha. Jordan Travis ready to lead this Florida State offense, and we will see them on the first possession of the season tonight. Duquesne won the toss and deferred. Still waiting for the smoke to clear here in Tallahassee after the big-time entrance for FSU.
Low ceiling here, Drew, after the rain. Tough for the smoke to get out of the stadium.
Yeah, we had a lightning delay of about an hour and a half as Roddy Jones goes full meteorologist. I'm now the only member of our crew not to put on my meteorology cap yet. Plenty of time, though. Football is back in the ACC. We get our first look for FSU at Sam McCall, the 5-star freshman, and he's dragged down just outside his own 15-yard line. That's where Florida State will start with the rock for the first time this year. So now we get to see Jordan Travis for the first time in 2022. And Roddy, like we said, for the first time really in his career, even going back to Louisville, he knows his role is cemented as the #1 quarterback.
It's a guy that's been through a lot during his time at Florida State, but it really took off in the latter part of last season. Each of the last 3 games threw for over 200 yards. The only 3 games he did that last year. And I thought you could see the improvement. Drew, the big thing about Jordan Travis, though, he is clutch when this team needs him down the stretch.
Trayshawn Ward starts behind him in the pistol. Ward gets the call on the first play from scrimmage of the season for FSU, and it is a solid chunk for the redshirt sophomore out of Plant City, Florida.
Trayshawn Ward, I think, is one of the more underrated running backs in the ACC. A little bit of a pistol look. Florida State has not traditionally been a pistol team, so a different look for the Seminoles coming out.
Yeah, new offensive coordinator this year is Alex Atkins, who'd been the offensive line coach for the last 2 years. Kenny Dillingham is in Eugene with Oregon now. Here's Micah Pittman on the little tunnel screen. First down, FSU.
Saw them work on that in practice yesterday, Drew. Just a way to get the ball to Micah Pittman. There's also their punt returner. Little jailbreak screen. Gets him a first down.
But on the ground again with Ward, one of 3 guys we expect to see rotate through this backfield alongside Lawrence Toafili and the transfer Trey Benson.
Be really interested to see how that running back rotation develops. Florida State was one of the best running teams in the entire conference last year, but Jayshon Corbin's gone, their leading rusher. Trayshawn Ward looks to fill that role.
You mentioned he's underrated. Ward led this conference in yards per carry last year at 6.4. the shotgun. It's Ward again. They're feeding him early, and he's tripped up right near midfield. That one could have gone the distance, but it's another first down FSU.
The thing I like most about Trayshawn Ward is his patience behind the line of scrimmage. Does a great job of setting up his blocks, but watch, as he approaches the line of scrimmage, the patience to see where the defenders are going to end up, let his lineman latch on and then explode off the edge.
FSU operating at a crisp tempo on this first drive. It's Ward again, and it's a first down again. That one goes for 14.
Drew, this offensive line has taken its lumps, both publicly and on the field, it seems like, for the last half decade. I love Mike Norvell coming out, running the football, establishing that this offensive line is going to dominate today.
4 carries for 38 yards already for Ward. He gets a blow, and Lawrence Toafili comes in to replace him. Behind Travis in that pistol. And they keep it on the ground again. There goes Toafili, tripped up right in front of the sticks. 9-yard gain. Anthony Delavade, one of the linebackers for Duquesne, makes the stop.
Pretty nice cutback for Toafili, who's going to get more run this year. He's a really versatile back. But watch the vision. Follows his blocker, Marquiston Douglas. It's a nice gain.
He's an explosive guy. We've seen huge flash plays from him. Think about last year, a 75-yard touchdown reception against Clemson. It's back to Toafili on the ground, and he has stood up after a short gain, but it's enough to move the sticks for Florida State. Nice tackle from Jeremiah Jofus.
It really was a nice tackle by the safety. It's a tough situation to be in with such an explosive back. Toafili's going to be used a lot, I think, this year in the pass game as well, as he has been in the past. But this is sort of the year where I expect him to break out. He could be one of the stars of the league before the season's over.
FSU methodical on this first drive, but moving up tempo. Now they slow it down, and Travis rolls to his right. Jordan Travis lets it go. His first pass of the 2022 season is caught near the sticks. There's Pittman again. It's actually his second pass, and they've both gone to the same guy, number 4, and guard him gold.
It's the first pass past the line of scrimmage. The first one was right at the line of scrimmage. Love the patience of Jordan Travis, though, during this rollout, and the craftiness of Micah Pittman, who pushes up the field, comes back down the stem to get himself open on the sideline. It's a veteran player, a guy that's played a lot.
The field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to Let's help you next. Get started today. Go to inventhelp.com for free information.
Hi, I'm CC Sabathia. If Win Reality was around when I was pitching, I would have hated it. But my son Carson's a hitter, and I don't pitch anymore, so I love Win Reality.
Dad, the camera's over here.
Be ready for real. Win Reality.
Getting outdoors is all about the experience, the challenge, the views, the victories. We put that in a bottle. Clean ingredients like coconut oil, activated charcoal, and shea butter. Everyman Jack, naturally derived, outdoor inspired.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Give me a second, child. I'm trying to fix this right now, bro. My fault, man. I don't know what's happening. This stupid website's tripping out, so I'm gonna try to fix it. I don't know. I'm trying.
4 totes, 38 yards already. You see, he was the most efficient running back in the league last year from a yards per carry perspective, and this could be his show this year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be running back by committee to some extent, but he's certainly going to get his share of carries. One of the best in the...
I'm going to sign into my ESPN account and just watch it through the ESPN thing in a second. So, if they score here, real quick, if they score here, I'm going to go to the ESPN app and try to sign into my TV provider so I can just watch it with no lag. So, after they score, I'm going to fix it.
He's a guy that dealt with a lot of injuries at Oregon, missed all of 2020 with injury and redshirted, was banged up last year, but they are really
Transfer gets the call around the left side, swarmed by Dukes, stays on his feet. Trey Benson has a first down.
Trey Benson's a guy that dealt with a lot of injuries at Oregon, missed all of 2020 with injury and redshirted, was banged up last year, but they are really
Transfer gets the call around the left side, swarmed by...
Yeah, I'm gonna sign into my ESPN account right now, bro. This stuff is lagging way too much. I can't. I got you. Let me hide my screen real quick. We're going to the ESPN app, yo. Let's get the game. Here it is, right here. Let me activate my thing real quick. I got you. Don't even worry. Don't trip about it. Do not trip. Don't fear. I am here. Y9RB. TV provider. Got you. I don't even know why I'm using Stream East. I literally have the channel. Device is activated. Okay. See? Alright, we're fixed. We're good.
Coordinator Alex Atkins getting the quarterback involved. 7 touchdowns for Travis a year ago. He gets the first one, and this is the 2-point conversion. This is all a numbers game, trying to figure out where he's going to go. Wyatt Rector rolls out. Just can't quite find. I think that was Preston Daniel once again trying to be on the receiving end of that. Florida State only up 6.
What do you think of the call to go for 2, partner?
I don't hate it. I mean, look, it's one of those things where you talk about the numbers. Hey, if we get this favorable look, we're going to run this play, and it appears they got it.
Dwayne Menders back to receive for Duquesne. The senior wideout out of Miramar, Florida, thought about taking a knee as he fielded the kick from Ryan Fitzgerald, and he should have stopped in the end zone. Down at the 12, and look who it is, Wyatt Rector, after the incomplete pass on the 2-point conversion.
Been busy. That makes special teams meeting a little bit more bearable when you have the incomplete pass on the 2-point conversion, but you know when the kickoff team shows up, you're going to have the good highlight. As you see Joe Mishler, the starting quarterback for Duquesne, a guy who had 5 starts in that spring season of 2021, but 18 plays into the 2021 fall season for Duquesne, was out for the season, but they are really excited about what the former Ohio quarterback will bring them.
Yeah, it was kind of cruel irony for Joe Mishler because the week after he got hurt at TCU in the opener last year, they went to Ohio and beat the Bobcats. As Billy Lucas, the all-conference running back from last year, gets the first call and picks up about 5 on first down. But Joe Mishler, Roddy, no question with the coaches when we asked them, is he going to start? Because Darius Parentes, number 7, was solid in relief of him last year.
He was, and he basically played the whole season, but Mishler gives them a little bit more through the air. They're going to have a great running game with Billy Lucas, who you just saw. They want that passing threat with Mishler as well.
Mishler, the junior out of Erie, PA, rolls left, throws, and it's caught. First down, Duquesne. Abdul Jannah with the catch, and a big hit late that draws our first flag tonight.
Jerry and Jones getting the start at quarterback because Omarion Cooper is out this
After
game.
play is over, personal foul, late hit defense, number 7, 15-yard penalty added to the end of the run, first down.
See, it's clearly a late hit. Mike Norvell is livid because it's just not a smart play. So the Louisville transfer, Greedy Vance, now comes in at the other cornerback spot opposite Renardo Green. Jerry and Jones gets time to think about his actions on the sideline.
And keep in mind, Omarion Cooper, the starting cornerback, is out tonight, did not dress, so testing that FSU corner depth early. It's Lucas again, trying to stretch that edge. You saw big number 5, Jared Verse, push him outside. And he's taken down by Kalen DeLoach, number 4, pushed him out of bounds.
Oh, the speed of Kalen DeLoach able to get to the corner. Jared Verse, transfer from Albany, not quite able to keep contained. Lucas able to get around him, and that's going to be a big question. How do these defensive ends perform in the run game? It's a place where you had the 2 guys last year, Keir Thomas and Jermaine Johnson. They were so good. New tight end, new defensive ends are going to have to be that as well.
Second down and 8 after the short gain on first down. This one's going nowhere as well. It's Verse in there again to take down Lucas. Loss of 1 brings up 3rd and long.
How about the big man, Robert Cooper in the middle, too. Big number 91. He and Fabian Lovett in the middle are going to combine to be one of the best 2 defensive tackle tandems. But watch Verse, able to get to the inside. Lovett comes from the inside, Verse comes from the outside on the swim move, creates a 3rd and long.
Four wide receivers for Mishler, who throws to the right side. It's too tall for his intended wideout, and FSU comes up with a stop on the first defensive possession of the season.
If you're a Florida State fan, you were anxious to see the first 3rd and long. How's our pass rush going to look? Well, it looked great right there. Number 9, Derek McClendon off the right side, has a great move, great burst, uses power, a little bit of a rip to get to the quarterback. Jared Verse was coming from the other side too. I think between those 2, you may not have Jermaine Johnson numbers out of one of them, but they can certainly get after the passer.
Baraducci is in to kick it away to Micah Pittman. Sure-handed punt returner for FSU, who lets it roll inside his own 15-yard line. That's where Jordan Travis and company will embark on their second drive of the season.
Custom shirts help people feel like they're part of a team. My name is Timothy Chi, and I'm the CEO of Wedding Art. We're very proud customers of Custom Ink. We keep coming back to Custom Ink because of the quality of the product, the customer service, and the ease of use. That moment you walk in the office and people are wearing the same gear, you feel a sense of connectedness and belonging right away. And our shirts from Custom Ink help bring us together.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
We went like out the aisle, out the church, right to McDonald's.
In the past 22 years, I've seen a lot of celebrations. Proms,
birthday parties,
weddings. After the ceremony, we were starving.
The crew, they were just so excited for us.
We got married at McDonald's.
The owner, he let us have our wedding there.
We pull up and it was closed.
We were knocking on the window.
So I let them in. When they come to celebrate, I feel like it's a celebration for me too, because I get to enjoy and like be a part of their day.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do? Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The best things in summer are unofficial. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
Year 3 for Mike Norvell is underway at Florida State. 8-13 in his first 2 seasons, but a really impressive finish to last year. A 5-3 end to the season after they started 0-4. Such an impressive resume coming to Tallahassee, Roddy. It's easy to forget now 3 years later just how hot of a name he was.
He was the hottest name in the country coming from Memphis. He elevated that team from where Justin Fuente had it prior to him there. And he's got a new offensive coordinator this year. Kenny Dillingham goes to Oregon to be Dan Lanning's offensive coordinator. Alex Atkins, the offensive line coach, gets the call. And Drew, it seems like Alex Atkins has his fingerprints all over this game plan with them running the football the way they have. Has done a really nice job with the pieces and coaching them up on this offensive line. It's not the most talented group, but they were really good at running the football last year.
Travis starts in the pistol. Trayshawn Ward again is the running back to begin the drive, and he flashes the speed around the right edge. Trayshawn Ward is taken down near the first down marker. Move those sticks. First down, FSU.
It's a good read as the defensive end kind of wrong arms the block, goes inside and makes it bounce. You get the seal on the edge. He outruns the linebacker. And if not for the safety coming around, may have had a big game there.
Great block by Robert Scott around the edge. As Travis goes to the air and completes the pass to number 11, Malik McClain. His first catch of the season, brought down by Ryan Webb, the cornerback.
This Duquesne secondary has been busy. Nice job of closing down. Ryan Webb going low on Malik McClain to make sure you can tackle the big receiver. Good job on the back end.
Well, talking about Alex Atkins, you said the fingerprints are all over it, Roddy. This is a guy who is an all-conference offensive lineman himself at UT Martin. They want to run the rock, and they do it again here with Ward as there's a flag down on the opposite side of the field. Ward, for now, has first down yardage.
Defense, got penalties decline. Results of the play, first down.
Jeff Heiser, our referee tonight. First down, FSU.
You like run game? Florida State's one of the most fun to watch. That one, they made it look like QB counter to one side and ended up pitching it out the back door. Trayshawn Ward gets a nice gain.
Counter has been the bread and butter for this unit under Norvell ever since 2020.
Yeah, it's one of his, I would say it's his bread and butter wherever Mike Norvell goes. They ran a lot of it at Memphis, too.
Yeah, they're great guys to do it. Yep. Like to have a 2 or sometimes 3-headed monster at running back. And speaking of, this is Lawrence Toafili back in there, spelling Trayshawn Ward. Solid gain on first down. Let's go back to the previous play where Ward picked up the first down.
Well, watch the 2 pullers that are going to come from the right side of the line to the left. Jordan Travis takes a jab step that way to make them think that it's going to be counter. You see the defensive end bite down. Trayshawn Ward goes the other way. And really without throwing a block on the play side, Florida State gets a nice game.
Travis airs it out. There's Wilson. Holds it in inside the 20. Johnny Wilson, welcome to Tallahassee. Inside the 5. Finally hauled down by Tim Lowry.
Florida State hurries to the line of scrimmage, but a great deep ball from one of the best deep ball throwers in the league.
Travis, wasting no time, gives it to Toafili. Tiptoes his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Seminoles. After the 51-yard catch for Johnny Wilson, his first one in an FSU uniform, Toafili cashes in. 2 touchdowns for FSU on 2 drives.
Well, they haven't thrown it much, but when they have, Jordan Travis has been on it. That was a great delivery from the quarterback to Wilson, and then Toafili powers into the end zone.
No messing around this time from Norvell and company. They'll kick the extra point with Ryan Fitzgerald. And he knocks it through to make it 13-0 Noles. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. That last one, 6 plays, 87 yards, just over 2 minutes.
What do you do when you have 6'7" receivers that run like a deer? You throw it deep to him. Johnny Wilson makes the big play. And then Florida State, with tempo, hands it off to Toafili up the middle. Offensive line creates the push, and Florida State up 2 scores.
Death Valley, the 404, the Loud House.
It's game time, baby.
Enter Sandman, running through the smoke. Shake the gate. Here is the sphere, the packed house.
You know what time it is. I'm coming.
An offense that will not be stopped.
Lockdown defense.
Intensity, defeating your rival. Break the rock. Dethroning the champs.
King's going to make a play. Ties the game.
This is ACC football.
Cruise Stories by real McDonald's customers.
Every morning, I get a coffee from McDonald's and a serenade from Joe.
We were in the drive-thru line, and my son's tooth fell out. Nancy gave him a cup to keep it safe.
It started snowing, and Rachel came out and cleared my windshield so I could see.
My construction crew goes to McDonald's every day. We love Destiny and Andre.
McDonald's crew members are making a difference every day. Tell your crew story at mcdonalds.com.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
The conference lines are being redrawn, and Fansville's being ripped apart.
And nothing
Sorry, Logan, you live in tech country now.
But I hate tech! Will ever be the same.
Schools are changing conferences. Players are changing schools.
What happened to tradition?
So hold on to your Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Auto Owners insures your car, because sometimes something from out of left field can literally come from out of left field. That's simple human sense. Ask your independent agent if Auto Owners makes sense for you.
2 drives, 2 touchdowns for Florida State in their opener against Duquesne here in week 0 at Doak. We had a sellout in the student section as of Thursday, so the tickets were going fast, and we've got a solid crowd on hand here in Tallahassee for the first game of the ACC season. Ryan Fitzgerald kicks it away. Back deep to receive Dwayne Menders Jr. for Duquesne, who's knocked out of bounds right at his own 15-yard line. Good field position for the FSU defense. They're up to a hot start, set up by this 51-yard pass to Johnny Wilson.
Well, I want you to take a look at Jordan Travis's eyes on this one. He takes the snap and he's staring that safety down, looking towards the left. And the safety in the middle of the field, his eyes are drawn to Micah Pittman, who's going to run a dig. He gets caught looking, and then it's Johnny Wilson over the top. It's a great job of freezing that safety, making him think you're going to go to that dig in the middle to create a one-on-one for your big-time receiver. That's part of the development of QB1.
First deep ball of the season for Travis. How'd it look, Rowdy?
Fantastic. I mean, chef's kiss.
That is a thing of beauty.
Especially with a wet ball.
Joe Mishler back to work on offense. Billy Lucas, the running back, to his left. Duquesne trying to stay in touch here with FSU. Mishler lets it fly over the middle, dropped. Trying to find Ramon Hart at midfield. He was open, couldn't bring it in.
He had a step on his man. They're excited about Ramon Hart. Transfer from Ball State, gets one-on-one, cuts inside. Just not able to bring it in against Greedy Vance. Got to make those plays on the road at Florida State.
And again, it was raining for an hour and a half. And it's been drizzling a little bit here in the opening portion of this game. Lucas gets the call on 2nd down and 10. Knifes forward for 5 yards to set up 3rd down and 5. Jared Versus there on the stop. And Jerry Schmidt has been the head coach of Duquesne for almost 2 decades now. It's his 18th year at the helm of the Dukes. And this guy is a Yinzer personified.
This entire staff just bleeds Pittsburgh colors. The black and gold comes out of their veins. And you can just tell how much it means to him and his staff to be coaching at a place that they all grew up admiring in Duquesne. And he's done a great job at the helm of this program.
3rd down, it gets loud here at Doak. Mishler rolls to his right. Looks to throw across his body. Knocked down and nearly picked off. Brings up 4th down as the transfer from UCF, Tatum Bethune, gets his big paw on that one.
If he'd have had 2 big paws up there, it might have been a touchdown, Drew, because there was nobody with the quarterback rolling to the other side. All he had to contend with would have been offensive linemen coming out the back door. Mishler is a quarterback. You never want to go late back over the middle, especially blind, as it seemed like he just turned to throw it to Ramon Hart, who was trailing the play, but Tatum Bethune almost had him one.
Bethune had 3 picks in his career at UCF. Nearly had his first one at FSU. He was great in pass coverage. They're excited about him. As Michael Baraducci back out for his second punt today. Micah Pittman has space, fielding is just inside his own 40. Made one man miss, and Pittman lunges forward to the edge of that FSU logo near the 45-yard line. Let's go down to Larisha with an injury update.
Well, we saw Jordan Travis throw that 51-yarder to Johnny Wilson. He caught it and was successful with it. But after that play, I saw him limp off the field, and immediately he went into the tent. I am unaware as of right now what the injury may be, but I will update you all once I get more information.
All right, thanks, Larisha. And Roddy, that's big for an FSU team that's looking for that alpha receiver, right? Under Norvell, they haven't had a guy over 400 yards in his first 2 seasons.
Yeah, and it's a receiving core that's a little thin right now. Pokey Wilson, Ontario Wilson, also out for this game, so it's going to have some other guys getting reps. I'd expect to see more 2-back sets like we're about to see, as Mike Norvell is going to be looking for receiver bodies that are ready to go out there if indeed Johnny Wilson doesn't come back.
2 running backs out there, Benson and Ward. Benson gets the call, then fights forward for about 5 yards on first down.
Thing I like about Trey Benson, he's a quick-footed guy for a big guy. Short, choppy steps, able to make those little cuts quickly. He runs competitively, as do all these Florida State backs.
Check that, it was Toafili out there with Benson on that last snap, and before we can get this second down snap, a flag flies.
False start. Offense, number 5. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
That's Deuce Spann, another guy trying to step up in that wide receiver room.
Deuce Spann, a guy they're really excited about long term. Not quite able to hold his water, though, out there at receiver on that one.
Spann, the transfer from Illinois. Big number 5. Transfers are the story in the wide receiver room. Winston Wright Jr., the leading receiver at West Virginia last year, out indefinitely. Suffered a car accident back in March. Hoping to see him this fall suit up for FSU. Toafili and Benson again flanking Travis on second down and 9. Again, pre-snap movement. Let's see who this one's against. We're thinking it might be 5 and white, Ryan Lopez.
Offside. Defense, number 5, with contact. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
All right, so anything you can do, I can do better. False start pushes them back 5. They get it back on the offside.
Yeah, pretty good hard count by Jordan Travis to get that 5 yards back. Made it look easy.
We're back to second down and 4 with 3:30 to play in this first quarter. Travis on the keeper shows you those shifty moves down near the first down marker, and that will move the sticks for FSU. Travis scored his 18th career rushing touchdown earlier today, most in FSU history by a quarterback.
One of the things that makes them so hard to defend in the run game is they will attach a read to any type of run scheme, whether it's counter, whether it's obviously zone. They can always just tag it with a read, and Jordan Travis can eliminate a defender by pulling the ball like he did there.
This time he does give it to Benson, and the Oregon transfer finds some daylight, sheds a tackle, and has a first down for the Seminoles. A.J. Ackerman finally brought him to the turf, but a great run from Benson.
How many tackles has Trey Benson broken early in this game? It seems like he's hemmed up constantly, and because of that thick lower half, keeps churning those legs, the power. Guys just fall off of him. He's been fun to watch.
16 carries for $120 for FSU, keeping it on the ground. This time, though, Travis throws on the run. It's on the money, caught by Spann inside the red zone.
little quick flash fake. A little rollout. Get a switch route with Portier going deep. Span up the sideline. He's wide open.
21-yard pitch and catch. FSU's 2 for 2 in the red zone today. They give it back to Benson, and he's swallowed at the line of scrimmage. First man in there was Shane Stump, number 4 in white.
It's the first run we've seen from Trey Benson where he didn't break a tackle. Stump came in with a lot of power there, did a nice job of wrapping him up around the waist.
Stump chopped him down. That's our first one of the season.
That was a good one. Good one. You beat me to it.
Ward is back in there behind Travis after no gain on first down. 2 wide receivers for Travis, who gives it to Ward, spins off a tackle, dragged down again by Stump, who's been busy on this drive near the 10-yard line, brings up 3rd down.
You play Madden?
A little bit.
Well, when you get the ball, you get hemmed up, you got to hit the circle button, which is exactly what Treshaun Ward does here. You know, there's an old saying, you can't tackle him in a phone booth or make you miss in a phone booth. That's what he did in linebacker in the hole.
Snap came a little early. 2 flags come in. And they're going to wipe this off and move FSU back 5.
Oh, it might go on.
Let's see.
Duquesne, there was contact, and they didn't really blow it until the contact happens. See if FSU drew him off or...
Dylan Gibbons, big 75, is pleading his case.
Offside. Defense, number 55. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Good call, partner. Sets up 3rd down and short.
Duquesne has been really aggressive, obviously, early on snap counts. Florida State going with a hard count a couple of times and drawing Duquesne off.
3rd down and 2 for Jordan Travis. Motions Treshaun Ward to his right hip. It is Ward who gets the call. Right up the gut. Touchdown, Seminoles. Treshaun Ward is on the board in 2022.
Treshaun Ward looks like he's a little...
I think that's just part of the salad.
Okay.
Yeah. I know you're not on TikTok. So
I am not. Is that a TikTok dance?
No, I actually don't know, but it looks like something that would be.
Well, he grabbed that hammy. I was a little concerned there for a second.
Fitzgerald back out for the extra point. 20-0 FSU with under a minute to play in the first quarter. This is what Seminoles fans wanted to see, Roddy.
All right, I want you to watch Jasden Turrentine, the right guard, and Bless Harris, the right tackle. They combine to just absolutely collapse the right side of the line of scrimmage, and Treshaun Ward has the easy job of just dancing through the hole and getting in the end zone, but it's a great job by Turrentine, the South Carolina transfer, Bless Harris, the Lamar transfer, making sure Treshaun Ward got in the end zone.
3 drives, 3 rushing touchdowns for Florida State. Last one by Treshaun Ward. Let's go down to Larisha with more on Treshaun.
Well, you guys were talking about Treshaun Ward being the circle on Madden. I spoke to him about that, and he's actually a video gamer. And I, asked him, what would be the player that you created? What does the ultimate running back look like to you on Madden? He said Le'Veon Bell for vision, Barry Sanders for shiftiness, Alvin Kamara because of the way he catches out of the backfield, Bo Jackson because of his speed, and last one, y'all, Derrick Henry because of his strength. Now, if that isn't the ultimate running back, I don't know what is.
I don't have any qualms up here, Larisha. What do you think, Roddy?
No, I don't either, but I've got some guys that I might have thrown out. Marshall Faulk for his intelligence. Warwick Dunn for his shiftiness. Will FSU tie? But
there we go.
I got no problems with that running back, although Bo Jackson could do most of those things. So
I will want to throw one guy in there for his stamina, Adrian Peterson, Skull Vikes.
Love that.
All day.
Love
AP.
that. AD, yep.
Well, that's a pretty good Voltron running back that Ward's assembled.
Surprised you didn't just throw out Jim Brown as the ultimate running back. Thought that was coming.
Brown, Davis, Little. Got a lot of options up in Central New York.
Of course.
Joe Mishler back at the controls for Duquesne, starting at the 25. Billy Lucas was the tailback, but instead of giving it to him, they give it to DeMarcus Ware, not to be confused with the former Cowboys edge rusher. And the Samford transfer has 20 yards on first down.
A little bit of misdirection here from Duquesne. Nice play design. It looked like Florida State was a little confused with the motion on who was going where. But they make it look like zone going one way, DeMarcus Ware goes the other. Nice pickup on first down on first play of the drive.
Good call from the offensive coordinator, Anthony Doria, in his 12th season with the Dukes as the clock continues to roll. Play clock is off, and that should be it for the first quarter.
If you're a Florida State fan, you are happy to see the business-like approach that Florida State has had in this one.
Florida State didn't score on opening drives a whole lot last year, just twice in the entire season. They did it tonight and then scored on the next two as well. 3 drives, 3 rushing touchdowns for the Seminoles, off to a blazing start.
You get a crispy chicken sandwich with a medium fries and drink for just $5 when you order on the McDonald's app. And the sandwich even comes wrapped in silver, like a crispy, juicy, tender present. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Holy Dr. Pepper. On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back and it's total chaos.
I mean, there's East Coast teams on the West Coast, there's West Coast teams in the Midwest.
I can't find the game.
We're gonna miss a kickoff!
Come on down to Fansville Foam Finger Warehouse.
How many NIL deals does Bryce Young have?
It's just too much change. What's next? Games in the metaverse? Robot coaches?
Honey, let me get you a Dr. Pepper. So you want Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Zero Sugar, Dr. Pepper and cream soda?
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
This just in, a giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, guys. This is just my workout stuff.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
You're still wearing your mask, dude.
Got it. Yeah,
Hello?
Yeah. Can you bring it down?
Curing cabin fever with a little dose of adventure. A much-needed change of scenery. Just an Amtrak away.
Are you ready? Let's go. You're going out tonight.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Welcome back to Tallahassee. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see those clouds right now after an hour-and-a-half lightning delay pushed back the start of the FSU football season to 6:30 tonight. We are playing. It's 20-0 Florida State over Duquesne here in week 0. Nice move from DeMarcus Ware, the Duke second-string running back. On first down, sets up second down and short.
I mean, DeMarcus Ware, a guy that in 2018 made the SoCon all-freshman team, has been banged up in 2019 and 2020, but last year, 7 touchdowns, for Samford. He's a really good pickup for this Duquesne team, and he's shown some elusiveness early in this game, making Renardo Green miss on that last run.
DeMarcus Ware, I don't expect to see a whole lot of him behind Billy Lucas, who their offensive coordinator Anthony Doria says they think is the best player in the league, the Northeast Conference, but Ware's been solid here in the opener. He gets the call again on 2nd down and short, falls forward near 1st down yardage. Folks, don't forget the series finale of All Access with the NC State football team. Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, you get unprecedented access into the lives of the student athletes, coaches, and staff right here on ACC Network and the ESPN app. If you missed parts 1 and 2, you can catch them on ESPN+. And if you missed parts 1 and 2, highly recommend going back and watching. You're not just going to learn about what goes in to a college football program, but you also feel if you watch those episodes.
Well, I mean, so they're 30-minute episodes, and I could have watched an hour and 30 minutes. So well done, and NC State giving great access.
It's DeMarcus Ware again, has to bounce it outside, tracked down by a group of Seminoles. Pushed out of bounds by Renardo Green, the starting cornerback for FSU.
Well, so it was a really good job of setting the edge by DJ Lundy, the linebacker, really making that a tough run and having to bounce it outside, making Ware bounce it outside. And then the cavalry rallied and eventually pushed him out of bounds.
DJ Lundy going to rotate through in that linebacker group. We've seen Tatum Bethune and Kalen DeLoach make a couple plays, so keep an eye out for 33, Amari Gaynor in Garnet. Play clock winds, down to 3 for Mishler in the empty set, takes the snap on 2nd down and 8, has a completion, finds his man Jana, 1st down Duquesne.
It's a really good read by Mishler. Jerry Jones giving a lot of cushion there on the outside. It looks like he's going to press and then bails right before the snap. Jana just sits it out there on the numbers. Easy pitch and catch. The Dukes putting together a little bit of a drive here.
Joe Mishler, the starting quarterback, pushing his team down the field. Mishler, the son of a coach, his dad Mike, 20 years at Cathedral Prep in Erie, PA, just retired this offseason. Again, the play clock under 10 for Mishler. In the pistol, Lucas behind him. They give it to the all-conference running back and by a wall of defenders, and he's going nowhere. Amari Gaynor is the first one there.
Amari Gaynor on the south.
Watching the middle there. There's Amari Gaynor, but on the edge, Derek McClendon does a nice job fighting through a couple of blocks. Gaynor shoots through a gap. Nice play by the linebacker. I think this linebacking core has a chance to be pretty good. You've got Gaynor, seen Deloach, Bethune, Lundy. I think between those 4, we've got some really good options for Adam Fuller, the defensive coordinator. And what is probably the second biggest question mark on this defense behind those 2 edge rushers.
2nd down and 9, play clock at 1. Mishler gets it off and he looks to throw. Lofts it over the middle, broken up. Jamie Robinson, the first team All-ACC safety, knocks it away from Jana.
He's telling him, look, I was this far away from it. Jamie Robinson, one of the best safeties in the league. The thing that pops out when you turn on the film with Robinson, his quickness, his burst, his ability to close, and he showed it there.
He's a guy who started at nickel cornerback. Last year they moved him to safety, and he was dynamite.
He absolutely was. See him breaking on the over route, able to get it away. And now if you're Duquesne, I think you're just trying to get to like a 4th and short where you'd go for it here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and move the pocket with Mishler too.
At the 31-yard line, maybe a no man's land for a field goal. 3rd down and 9. Mishler uncorks, slots of contact. Jana, again the intended receiver, but Jarian Jones knocks it away.
Well, Jana, 6'3", actually comes to the inside of Jerry and Jones, makes it a little more awkward because the cornerback turns towards the ball and can see it coming. If you're trying to go back shoulder, you want to stay on the outside so that cornerback has his back turned. Now Duquesne's going to attempt a long field goal, it looks like.
Yeah, from the 32-yard line, this one should be 49 or 50 yards as Jerry Schmidt, the head coach, sends out Brian Brusdowitz, who was 10 for 10 last year but didn't make one longer than 38 yards. Brostowitz swings the leg. Sailing right. No good. The shutout is still intact for Florida State. Brostowitz with a good kick, but it's wide right, still 20-0.
You get a crispy chicken sandwich with a medium fries and drink for just $5 when you order on the McDonald's app. And the sandwich even comes wrapped in silver, like a crispy, juicy, tender present. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Holy Dr. Pepper.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back and it's total chaos.
I mean, there's East Coast teams on the West Coast, there's West Coast teams in the Midwest. I can't find the game. We're gonna miss a kickoff.
Come on down to Fansville Foam Finger Warehouse.
How many NIL deals does Bryce Young have?
It's just too much change. What's next? Games in the metaverse? Robot coaches?
Honey, let me get you a Dr. Pepper. So you want Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, zero sugar, Dr. Pepper and cream soda?
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Geico.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
This FSU backfield is the best three-headed monster since, what do you think, Roddy? Since Cerberus?
Yeah, I think Cerberus would be the guy. Yep, three-headed. But look, this is Mike Norvell's done this a ton during his career. Managed multiple backs and have success with them, and it's been really even. I've been impressed with the way that all three of these guys have run. Toafili powering into the end zone. You look at Trey Benson, who's just been untackleable, and Trayshawn Ward has been the bell cow. So it's been fun to watch these three guys rotate through.
You saw that they only had one quarter all of last year with 3 rushing touchdowns in 15 minutes. It was a game against UMass. 3 rushing touchdowns in the second quarter. They ended up hanging a 50-burger on the Minutemen. Jordan Travis back to work. Good field position for the Noles, and he starts with a screen to Micah Pittman. We've seen that a couple times tonight, and it's been fruitful.
Yeah, it has been. Micah Pittman, a guy who produced some at Oregon, but more known for his punt return ability. Very quick, reliable out of the slot.
Speaking of Oregon transfers, again, it's Benson behind Travis in the pistol. Travis keeps. Will he uncork again? Yes, he will. Trying to find McClain. Lots of contact, and there's the flag. Tim Lowry gave a shoulder shimmy to Malik McClain.
And he didn't have to. The pass was overthrown.
Pass interference. Defense, number 2. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic. First down.
McClain was going to have a tough time getting to this one anyway. On the deep post, Lowry just got a little too eager. Kind of looks like a pretty good sell job by McClain too, honestly.
Spoken like a true wide receiver. You did some acting back in the day, maybe?
Yeah, well, you're downfield, you get bumped, you feel the contact, and you don't resist it.
Travis 6 for 7 for 100 yards through the air. 2 carries, 10 yards, and a touchdown. 3 of them on the ground for FSU in that first quarter from 3 different guys. Here's Benson. Around the right edge, shakes free from a tackle. There's the Trey Benson we've been waiting to see. Trey Benson finally dragged down by Todd Hill at the 30-yard line. How many Dukes did he make miss on that one?
All the Dukes of York, Worcestershire, and Duquesne. I mean, watch this. You got Todd Hill creating some penetration in the backfield. They have Trey Benson dead to rights, but all he does is break arm tackles. He has been almost untackleable in this game.
FSU moving quickly again. It's Pittman on the screen one more time. Micah Pittman can make guys miss. He's in the red zone with an FSU first down.
Misdirection, jailbait screen. They fake the screen to the running back one way, go back to the receiver the other, and take advantage of Micah Pittman's short area quickness.
Micah Pittman says, I'm a big boy. My dad raised me good. His dad, Michael Pittman, Super Bowl champ with the Bucs in 2002. Older brother, Michael Pittman Jr., draft him in the second round of your fantasy draft this year, wide receiver for the Colts. Travis on the give. Benson again inside the 10. A.J. Ackerman, 16 in white, brought him down.
The Oregon transfers have put their stamp on this drive. A couple of guys that they were really excited about coming in. And the Trey Benson, his talent has been evident. If he'd been healthy at Oregon, he would have been a big part of that rotation, but just hasn't been.
Travis takes the snap from inside the 10. Rolling to his left. Now he lets it fly toward the back of the end zone, trying to find Pittman, but it falls incomplete. And now an injured Duke right by Travis. It's Gianni Rizzo, starting inside linebacker for Duquesne. We'll step aside. We'll check in on Rizzo when we come back. FSU up by 20.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
We were in line when my son's tooth fell out. Nancy made such a big deal out of it, she even gave him $1 and said, the tooth fairy came early. He'll never forget it.
McDonald's crew members are making a difference every day. Tell your crew story at mcdonalds.com.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
The conference lines are being redrawn, and Fansville's being ripped apart.
And nothing
Sorry, Logan, you live in tech country now.
But I hate tech!
will ever be the same.
Schools are changing conferences! Players are changing schools!
What happened to tradition?
So hold on to your Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Meet Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced, but when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen Zach. And Zen Zach rides with Geico, because saving money and getting great coverage is totally chill. Geico, savings and service for both your sides.
Good to see Duquesne starting inside linebacker Gianni Rizzo walk off under his own power after hitting Jordan Travis after the FSU quarterback let the ball go. Sets up 3rd down and 6 after the incomplete pass. They're 3 for 3 converting red zone chances into touchdowns so far with 3 rushing touchdowns.
And 2 for 2 on 3rd down so far today. Remember, Johnny Wilson, the big receiver, red zone target, not in the game right now. So where do they go?
Benson's the running back next to Travis.
Kane was showing pressure off that left side. Jordan Travis making a check.
Travis keeps it on the ground. Benson tried to cut up field around the right side. It'll bring up 4th down and short for FSU. Decision time for Mike Norvell.
Yeah, and he's going to send out the kicking unit. I would too. You're up by 3 scores. This is about getting reps for everybody at this point, including your kickers. You want to see him make the chip shot.
FSU has scored on 35 consecutive red zone trips, longest streak in the nation. Ryan Fitzgerald, 10 for 13 last year, 77%. 24-yard field goal. Right down the middle. The streak is alive for FSU in the red zone, and they lead 23-rip against Duquesne in the second.
In the past 22 years, I've seen a lot of celebrations. Proms,
birthday parties,
weddings.
The crew, they were just so excited for us.
When they come to celebrate, I feel like it's a celebration for me too, because I get to enjoy and be a part of their day.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do? Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach!
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Gillette presents the Gillette Labs with Exfoliating Bar, a razor designed to take the hassle out of your routine with effortless shaving in one efficient stroke. The bar and the handle removes unseen dirt and debris that gets in the way of the blades, so nothing gets between you and a quick and easy shave. And you get it all with a lifetime warranty. Gillette, the best a man can get.
When safe drivers save for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a big deal.
Did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
The ACC football season is officially underway with FSU hosting Duquesne tonight at Doak. Pittsburgh is the defending champs, not only in the division, but in the league as well. Clemson, what an awful season last year. 10 wins, their 11th consecutive 10-win season. Also the final season of the divisional format. Jim Phillips, yeah, a lot of us were surprised by that. A lot of us did have our hand over our chest when we heard about that. Going to a 3-5-5 model with 3 rivals and the other opponents rotating after this year. So this is the final season of the Atlantic Division in coastal chaos. We check out more on the new scheduling model. What do you think of this, Roddy? You like the switch?
I love it. Back in my day, when I played in the league, it was only 12 teams, obviously, but I got to play everybody at least once. And it's a disservice to the student athletes if you're a student athlete and you never get to go to Clemson or Florida State or even play those teams. So I like the way that the ACC is going. It serves the student athletes, obviously, with college football playoff expansion on the horizon. It sets the league up well with where that's going. So I absolutely love it. Now, I understand all the fan bases have a gripe with one of their rivals or
Everyone's
another.
Everyone's got one.
Everybody chill. We all have to make sacrifices.
Joe Mishler and the Duquesne offense back to work. They give it on the sweep to Dwayne Menders, the wide receiver. Solid gain on first down. Sets up second down and short. Jamie Robinson, the all-conference safety, is in there on the stop. And Roddy, just to bounce off that schedule thing, we've seen a lot of conferences maybe toy with the idea of 9-game conference schedule. Do you think that's something that would be good for the league?
Well, I think if the Southeastern Conference goes to 9 conference games, I'm not sure how the ACC can be the only Power 5 conference that doesn't play 9 conference games. And then also, it's been mentioned by some really powerful people that could provide additional revenue to the league. So I certainly think it's something that the league should look at, creating more conference revenue, and maybe more conference games create more conference revenue.
Play clock under 5. That's how the Dukes operate. DeMarcus Ware, the running back, gets the call. Stood up at the line of scrimmage, brings up third down where Duquesne's 0 for 3 tonight.
Third and short, though. This offensive line has done a decent job of creating some lanes for the running backs. Their running backs have made some guys miss. They've been the best, though. Their most consistent plays have been on those misdirections, getting out on the perimeter quick. I think if I'm Duquesne, you turn around and you hand the ball to DeMarcus Ware, see if he can get it behind that offensive line, particularly the right side where their two best players are.
Third down, and Doak is live. Did they get the snap off, or did they call timeout? Jerry Schmidt burns his first timeout tonight.
First charge timeout. Okay.
We'll step aside. We'll come back. Third down and 1 for the Dukes.
Timeout.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Alexa, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken itself. It is more than scrumptious. It is more than delicious. It is scrumptiddlyumptious. I know that's not a real word, but I love it.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
When safe drivers save for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a big deal.
Did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself every single day, and the harder I push myself, the more I find myself drawn to wearing OOFOS. The first time I put on a pair of OOFOS, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. When you are recovered and can do more, that has a compounding effect on all aspects of your life. Stepping into a pair of OOFOS, they're truly one of a kind. There's nothing like them.
Make every summer adventure the destination with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Coming up tonight after the second leg of our ACC Network doubleheader, Florida A&M and North Carolina, it's the ACC Huddle team with a full recap of the game from Chapel Hill. All the highlights and analysis, as well as interviews with players and coaches, right here on ACC Network and the ESPN app. I want to know where those guys got the headshots taken, Roddy. Those things are crisp.
Probably at the Seminoles.
I'm jealous. They look good. Third down and 1 for Joe Mishler and Duquesne. He completes the pass on the rollout to Logan Lutz, the tight end, who has a first down and more.
How about Duquesne with the hard play action and throwing it to Logan Lutz, who had not a single reception last year. The tight end kind of operating as an H-back, comes across, it's a little split zone look, toss it out to the flat. Florida State loses track of him, and Duquesne, the big first down.
12 yards on third down and short. First down and 10 from their own 45. Over midway through the second quarter, FSU leads 23-0. Motion man is Menders. Mishler, again, it's misdirection to Ware. This time FSU is all over it. Kalen DeLoach, 4 and at the first one there.
Kalen DeLoach, 4th on the team in tackles last year. He's seen that play before earlier in the game, diagnoses it immediately and makes the open field tackle. His speed makes them so lethal going sideline to sideline. Now that was the defensive most improved for this Florida State team a year ago.
Jerry Schmidt knew that this was going to be a tall task today. He said all the right stuff about not getting too high or too low to play in a building like this, but his guys are very aware of this moment. There's Billy Lucas on the give, their first string running back, who's chopped down at the line of scrimmage. And let's go down to Larisha with more on Schmidt.
Well, guys, when we were talking to him, he said that what he wanted to see today was really no lack of confidence in his kids. Like you said, Drew, they understand the moment, they understand where they are, and he wants to see if they can truly establish their identity tonight. Again, making sure that they're confident, that they're focused, that they can handle the emotional energy because they have a young team and because they have so many new players. They must simply apply the energy in the right places at the right time.
And Larisha, can they handle a thumping Doak Campbell Stadium on 3rd down and 10? Ishler to throw. Lofts it left sideline. Broken up. Robinson's in there again. Trying to find Menders on that looping pass. Sets up 4th down and 10.
Really nice coverage down the field. See Jamie Robinson there in the slot. Little slot fade action. He's in phase perfectly. Tries to go back shoulder, and there's nothing doing there. Florida State's pass rushes look very nice in that one during this game, too. Jared Verse able to create a little pressure.
Yeah, no sacks so far for FSU as they try to replace 2 all-conference performers on the edges, Jermaine Johnson and Keir Thomas. Baraducci back out to kick it away. Micah Pittman calls for a fair catch inside his 15-yard line. And the FSU offense will come back to work. Star of the show so far, Roddy, Trayshawn Ward for FSU.
I've been waiting all week to bloviate about Trayshawn Ward and how great he is at the running back position. He's shown great patience. He's shown the ability to get out in the open field as well. But the thing I like the most is his ability to make people miss. A couple of guys made miss on that one. He's able to get in the end zone behind some great blocking on the right side of that offensive line. Trayshawn Ward kind of operated in the shadow of Jashawn Corbin last year. Those 2 guys, though, Drew, led the ACC in yards per carry. This year, there's nowhere for anybody to hide from Trayshawn Ward. He's going to get the carries, and he's going to get the shine. And by the way, Trey Benson and Lawrence Toafili have had pretty nice games, too.
Yeah, Trayshawn Ward, what a nice start to his season. 69 yards already. This one is complete over the middle. 1st down FSU as Kentron Portier, 88, and Garnett hauls it in.
Portier getting an opportunity because of the injury to Johnny Wilson, another big receiver for this Florida State team.
Travis on the move, under 5 in the first half. Lawrence Toafili is the running back. Travis to throw. Had his man, it's dropped. Cameron McDonald, the tight end, couldn't catch it.
We weren't sure how much we'd see of Cameron McDonald. Tight end's been a little banged up in the preseason. First opportunity of the year, just popped off the hands.
McDonald last year, 24 catches, 243 yards, and a couple of scores. 2nd down and 10 for Jordan Travis, who's been dialed in to start this season. Toafili puts his foot in the ground and has a 1st down FSU. That is where Chris Berman would say, whoop!
Well, watch how crisp this cut is, how quickly he changes directions on the safety. No, sir! I think there's some laundry left on the field from John Muehlbauer.
Toafili again, this time on the toss with space and another solid chunk on 1st down. Let's go back to that juke.
It sets it up. Makes a nice cut there, and then put your foot in the ground and change directions. Muehlbauer, man, you just ended up on somebody's highlight film, and it's Lawrence Toafili.
Yeah, we talked about Madden earlier. He's using the right stick there on that
juke. Is that what that one is? Okay.
I think right stick.
I couldn't figure out if it was like R2 or R1. Probably not very good at that.
That's some combination. That's Zeke Dower, 22 and white, the junior safety out of Castle Shannon, Pennsylvania, being looked at now.
Already seen Tim Lowry get banged up in the secondary. It's the number one thing you hope for any opener is that you stay healthy.
This is a proud Duquesne program. They picked up their first win over an FBS program last year when they went to Athens, Ohio. Knocked off the Bobcats with their second-string quarterback in Darius Parentes. They've won 5 conference championships since 2011. And we hope Zeke Dower is okay here. Let's go back and take another look. Watch 22.
Over there on the right side, and it looked like it was a little bit of friendly fire. You see number 13 coming in there, coming in hot, just drills Dower in the back. C.J. Barnes that was going for the tackle but ends up hitting his own teammate.
Under 4 minutes here in the second quarter. Jordan Travis and FSU with 2nd down and 1. Toafili, the running back to his left, who's been feasting on this drive. Travis keeps it, finds a seam, and the quarterback is wrestled down by C.J. Barnes. 13 out 13 crime, but another first down for the Noles.
I love this in Florida State's playbook. It's a zone read with sort of an option attached to it. Jordan Travis is holding it like he's going to throw it, because if the outside defenders bite up, there's the guy he's reading. But watch as he gets out to the edge. If the outside defenders bite up, he's got the option to just toss it out to his receiver. That's a triple option play, Drew. You know that warms my heart.
FSU is above 300 total yards today, and Toafili adds to it. Most of those on the ground. Almost 190 rush yards for Florida State.
Talked about it earlier in the game as it's on that first drive, sort of setting the tone on the ground. But Mike Norvell, seems like the game plan has been, let's get this offensive line some work. Let's get them some confidence in letting them go out and dominate this defensive line.
Now we asked Norvell about the running back split he wants to see as Ward is back in there and Travis keeps it and fires a dart. Deuce Spann has a first down for the Seminoles. But Norvell wants to see a nice balance. They've got a plan going in, but if a guy is rolling with the hot hand, they're going to keep him out there. That's Maxi Radechny, 94 for Duquesne, who's getting some attention. And this guy's a fascinating story. He's 25 years old, out of Vienna, Austria. And Radechny will walk off the field, and that's good to see.
Yeah, certainly is one of the best players on this team. Second team All Northeast Conference last year. He's a man in the middle. Not figuratively, he's an actual man who can rent a car, book an Airbnb, something that a lot of these guys playing college football can't do.
Radechny came over from Austria. He took visits to Ohio State, Penn State, a bunch of MAC schools. He is a grown man in the middle for Duquesne.
Maybe older than you, Drew.
Might be. I don't know. I'm not pulling my ID out yet. Under 2.5 left in this second quarter. Travis in the pistol. He's 9 for 12 today. This time they keep it on the ground, and Ward has daylight. Trayshawn Ward, spin move. Ward stays on his feet inside the 10. Trayshawn Ward's all over the circle button tonight.
Telling you, man, you just watch a couple of plays, a couple of series of Trayshawn Ward, and he's easy to fall in love with. The balance is another thing. He's always under control. The patience behind the blocks, and then the ability to spin off, keep his balance, get down the field. Man, Trayshawn Ward's been a star.
They give it right back to him as a flag comes in behind the play. Ward dropped inside the 5 by Todd Hill and Gianni Rizzo, a couple of Duquesne linebackers. Let's check the call.
Holding. Offense, number 77. 10-yard penalty. First down.
That's Bryson Estes, the redshirt freshman out of Georgia. Let's go back to another spin from Ward.
Yeah, we're going to have a whole highlight film of it. See the little jab inside to get the corner off balance, and then the quick spin outside. It's one of those drills that you work on over and over and just dream of executing in a game, and Trayshawn Ward just did.
That was a 19-yard rush, Roddy. Their longest of the night. They are just taking chunks of yardage at will on the ground. 27 carries, 207 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the run game so far. And again, 19 yards is their longest one. Trey Benson is back behind Travis in the pistol. with 2 wide receivers, 1 on either side. Travis keeps it, evades the rush. This is what he can do, but he's dumped for the first time this season. That's Todd Hill, maybe the best player on this Duquesne defense.
Great pursuit by Todd Hill. You're going to see him on the right side of your screen. He's just going to keep fighting. Defends the block. Dimitri Emmanuel trying to keep him from getting to Jordan Travis, but the pressure off the edge forces Travis up. Really nice play by Hill.
Approaching a minute in the second quarter. Travis on 2nd down and goal from a mile away has a completion. What a snag by Kentron Portier to get the sack back and then some. Set up 3rd down and goal from the 6.
Really good on-time, confident delivery by Jordan Travis. If he'd have waited a beat, I think he might have had Marquiston Douglas on the wheel route, but a great gain to get him to a 3rd and manageable.
Benson in the backfield again, 3 wide for Travis. And a 10-second difference between play clock and game clock. Travis to throw over the middle, tried to find Portier again, but the throw was wide left. Pressure by Lucas Durazio.
Travis was a little upset by the hit there at the end. That throw just a little high. Looking at his left, comes back to his right.
Think he's got a case there?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. A little shove at the end.
A little extra? Spice?
Had it been called, I would have had an issue with that. Let's just say that. It's football, man. You're going to get shoved a little bit. Especially a quarterback doesn't absolve you from being shoved.
Just because you're in a red jersey, just a different shade, doesn't mean so. Another 24-yard attempt for Fitzgerald. He is 2 for 2 this season, both from that distance. And it's 26-0, Florida State taking care of business against Duquesne. Now, last time we saw an FCS opponent come into this building, I'm sorry, FSU fans, we got to show it. This is the last play of the game with 6 seconds left. Zarek Cooper to Damon Philyaw-Johnson. His only catch of the game is the last play. A Hail Mary to win it, 20-17.
And the big thing coming into this game was how far has this Florida State team come? From a maturity standpoint, how would they handle this game against a Duquesne team that's an FCS opponent with LSU on the horizon? You've got one of the premier brands in college football waiting for you. Can you take care of business? And in this first half, Florida State has done that. I've been bullish on Florida State the whole offseason, talking about the development of this team. Mike Norvell has too. There was palpable excitement from Mike Norvell yesterday in our meetings, and his team, I think, will be very happy with the way that they performed here in the first half.
Benders back to receive the kick from Fitzgerald. They let it bounce into the Garnet end zone for a touchback. And Roddy, you and Larisha were here for that game. Obviously, you talked with the coaching staff beforehand. You think it feels different this year, right, in that building?
Well, last year they were coming off the Notre Dame loss, but a very close loss. So there's a lot of reason for excitement. I don't know that team was ready for the praise that was heaped on them in a loss. Sleepy performance against Jacksonville State, and that loss got them to that 0-4 start. This feels much more businesslike. This feels much more like a team that is comfortable with who they are and the fact that they're going to be a good football team. So I've been impressed with what we've seen today just by them taking care of business the right way.
You know, it was cool to hear from Mike Norvell after that game. Was he took 100% accountability. He said, it's on me. It's my fault for not having the team ready. And they seem totally different this year as DeMarcus Ware is blown up in the backfield by Patrick Payton playing the Fox position for FSU. With 15 seconds left in the second quarter, timeout Florida State.
30 seconds.
Florida State they have all 3 timeouts. You're up 26, yes, but as this is game 1. You're trying to get every scenario that you can out of this game. So I don't blame Mark Norvell for taking that timeout at all. Check out the drives, though.
Yeah, not bad. All rushing touchdowns, all in the first quarter. And then Fitzgerald is 2 for 2, both chip shots from 24 yards. And Roddy, credit to this FSU athletic department, credit to Michael Alford, their AD, for scheduling this game in week 0.
Yeah.
Next week, they go to New Orleans in quote-unquote neutral site game against LSU. The eyes of the world will be on that one. So this one, you don't want to disrespect a good team like Duquesne, but it's a nice tune-up, so that's not your first game of the year.
And the reason they're able to do it is because Duquesne plays Hawaii later in the year. If you play Hawaii, you get to play in week 0 so that you get a bye week after you come back from the island.
It's really a win-win-win for everyone.
It's a win. Yeah, exactly.
Ware around the left side on first down. Short gain, and will Norvell burn another? Yes, he does. Timeout FSU, now 12 seconds left after the tackle by Tatum Bethune.
Right, so if you're Florida State, take another timeout with about, if Duquesne runs the ball, if you're Duquesne, you probably run it outside. 6 seconds run off the clock. I think you're going to have time to try and block a punt. That's about it. Maybe that's what Mike Norvell's looking for here.
Jerry Schmidt talking with an official, telling him maybe I'll get you a pack of Icy Light mangoes after the game.
Is that your drink of choice?
Maybe a Permane Brothers sandwich. And our producer Alex is from Pittsburgh, and so Jerry Schmidt said, got to be an Icy Light guy.
Yeah, there you go. I think he's telling his team, stay in bounds. Try and waste as much time as you can.
We had a great time talking with his staff. Schmidt, year 18 at Duquesne, offensive coordinator. Anthony Doria, year 12. A lot of continuity here. A bunch of Pittsburgh guys on the staff. They're speaking Pittsburghese in that building. It's a proud program with a bunch of success recently. They'll keep it on the ground again to try to burn the rest of this clock in the second quarter. Ware is dropped. Check the time. 6 seconds as Norvell uses his final timeout of the first half.
6 seconds left. You're not going to have time for a punt and then a play after it, so this should be the last play of the half. Expect Duquesne to go max protect and Florida State to come after it.
Left side of your screen, that's John Papuchis, special teams coordinator for FSU, also helps out with the defensive ends. So what can the Seminoles dial up here? Pittman has been the punt returner with a sure hand so far in this first half. He did tell us that they might go after one tonight.
Yes, he did. This would be the opportunity. And honestly, sometimes when you come after a punt, it's the best time for your returner to get a decent return because you're pinning all of those defenders back with the exception of the long snapper, so you can get +1 in terms of the rush. Long snappers aren't part of the protection. So if Florida State sends 10, when we got 9 to block them because the long snapper's out to go tackle, the punter's obviously punting the ball. See if Florida State tries to get after it here.
We'll see if Michael Baraducci, the punter, is under siege. They've got all 10 on the line of scrimmage with Pittman back deep to receive.
Everybody in this stream, go ahead and subscribe to this channel right now. I'm watching another football game in my living room, but I'm going to be streaming this whole game. It's not really very interesting, 26-0. This team is horrible, but yeah. Make sure you guys do subscribe because I'll be streaming another game after this one. So yeah, free college football every Saturday. And whenever it's early on, I'll stream it on this channel, so subscribe.
Mentality for Mike Norvell.
No kidding. He wants opportunities, but he's bringing his team up. Florida State.
And Joe Johnson, you can send him my Cash App, bro. You can send him my Cash App. My Cash App's right here. I'm going to put it in the chat. My main channel is X Cash Out, so yeah. That's my Cash App if you want to donate. You can't send super chats, though. So if anybody want to donate, there's my, that's my Cash App right here. I'll put it like 5 times. Or 3 times. 3 times works. That's my Cash App right there. I'm going to put the game audio back on, though. Anybody that donates, I will shout out also, so feel free. I don't know. If you want to, sure. You don't got to, though.
9 total yards for FSU in the first half. 159 through the air, 200 on the ground. All 3 of their touchdowns in the first quarter came in the run game from 3 different guys, Ward, Toafili, and the quarterback, Jordan Travis. Mike Norvell's got to be a happy guy. He's on the field with Larisha.
Coach, what was just your message to your team coming out of that huddle?
Yeah, we gotta finish. We left some missed opportunities out there offensively. We've given up a couple, a couple plays defensively, missed some tackles, but just making sure we go and play 30 more minutes of football. Eliminate the mistakes, make sure we're all on the same page communication-wise, and go give everything we have for each play we get.
You told us that your running back core was dynamic. What impressed you the most about Treshaun Ward?
Running hard. He's making people miss. We got to continue to push that. Like I said, there's a few mistakes there up front that we can clean up to give a little bit more space, but I thought those guys ran hard and had some explosive plays.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thanks so much. Go Noles.
All right, thanks, Larisha. Mike Norvell's team 26-0 after 30 minutes of the 2022 season. You mentioned Trayshawn Ward, 9 totes, 89 yards, and a score. The pageantry is back. The traditions are back. Renegade and Osceola are back. And Florida State wants to be back. They're off to a good start this year, 26-0 at halftime in Tallahassee. We'll be back with more from the booth at FSU.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Back to Benzema. 1-0 to Real Madrid. Siempre somos los dueños del juego. Billones, billones, empezamos de cero. We're making it hot, dinero, dinero, y no vamos a parar.
We went like out the aisle, out the church, right to McDonald's.
In the past 22 years, I've seen a lot of celebrations. Proms,
Birthday parties.
Weddings. After the ceremony, we were starving.
The crew, they were just so excited for us.
We got married at McDonald's.
The owner, he let us have our wedding there.
We pull up and it was closed.
We were knocking on the window.
So I let them in. But when they come to celebrate, I feel like it's a celebration for me too, because I get to enjoy and like be a part of their day.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
And Doug.
All right, Limo, give me a socket wrench, some pliers, and a phone open to libertymutual.com. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And you can even save $652 when you switch. Okay, I need a crowbar and a blowtorch. Limu, call a mechanic. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This night is what the city's for, the serendipity of summer in New York.
Serena Williams, what a journey it's been.
Welcome back to Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, where it's halftime between Florida State and Duquesne in the opener here. Week 0 and FSU looks pretty good, 26-0 after 30 minutes of action in this brand new season. And just a programming note, folks, UNC and FAMU, the Tar Heels will kick off their season. That game is going to start on ACC Network in just a few minutes after us here. And Roddy, so far, Florida State looks as advertised, what we heard from the coaches yesterday.
Yeah, they do. They've been very businesslike in their approach. After the nearly hour-and-a-half rain delay that pushed the start time back, didn't seem to faze the Noles at all. Talked about the adversity that they've been through the first 2 years of the Mike Norvell era. A little bit of adversity to start this, and it was no problem for the Noles. They've been very efficient. The running backs have been fantastic. That offensive line's done enough, and when Jordan Travis has been asked, he's been pretty efficient as well. So I'm really impressed with what I've seen just by the approach of Florida State.
Yeah, touchdowns on the first 3 drives, all of them rushing touchdowns, led by Trayshawn Ward, who seems like he might be the first head of the 3-headed monster.
He is. He was the first guy out, and he's done today what he did all of last year. He's been patient in the run game. He's made people miss, and when it's not not blocked up perfectly. Trayshawn Ward makes you right. The thing that I like the most about him is he's always under control. He's always balanced, and it always seems like he has a plan. He's had some dazzling moves. He's made some tough yardage, and I mean, honestly, if you can hit the circle button as many times as he has with these spin moves, he might be on stage doing spin moves someplace. He's been incredible. Trey Benson's been great as well. Lawrence Toafili's had some nice runs. You mentioned three-headed monster. They got three really great options in that backfield.
Yeah, and Ward 6.4 yards a pop last year, led the ACC, gets a chance to be the guy with Jashaun Corbin. No longer in the program, now playing with the New York Giants. Ward's been awesome. The guy next to him, Jordan Travis, he's QB1, there's no doubt about it. He looked great in the first half.
Yeah, he's kind of been asked to be a support player in this game, really just managing the offense. He's had a couple of nice pulls in the run game, but when his number has been called, done a nice job of throwing the ball down the field, showing patience in the pocket, and making some really accurate deliveries. Those little glance routes, those little slant routes, he's been on point. And a big play down the field to Johnny Wilson. Nice little throw up the sideline to do Span as well. Here's the long one. Johnny Wilson gets one-on-one, and it's a deep post. Wilson gets open. Travis puts it on the mark. That led to a Florida State touchdown. So while Jordan Travis may not have been the star during this game, he has certainly played his part. You can see 10 of 14 on the night. Incredibly efficient.
Yeah, he was so efficient down the stretch last year when FSU finished the season 5-3. No passing touchdowns yet, but he did run one in, his 18th career rushing touchdown, most ever by an FSU quarterback. The ground game has been on point for FSU. In total, they've got 359 total yards. This offense looks good.
Yes, it does. And when you're in these games against FCS opponents, I've been in these games, you really just want to do what's expected. There's so much hope going into it that when you get into a dogfight, Florida State found themselves in one last year with Jacksonville State. Sorry, Florida State fans, that we keep bringing it up, but it's honestly a good litmus test for where this program is as opposed to where they were last year. I had that experience. We played Gardner-Webb, and we ended up being in a 10-7 game because we didn't take care of things early. Then you start struggling, you start worrying. There's been none of that for Florida State today. It's been a business-like approach. They've done what they've had to do against the Dukes.
Yeah, and FSU also getting ready for Week 1 in New Orleans against LSU, and that game is going to be watched by millions. So FSU is getting some reps in here before Duquesne. And as we check out the ACC non-conference schedule to start this season, we've got some huge ones. The Backyard Brawl. Oh, yes, September 1st, West Virginia and the reigning ACC champs Pitt. What stands out to you here?
Well, I think the two games that Pitt is a chance for the ACC to put a marker down early. The Backyard Brawl, that standalone game on Thursday night. And then Tennessee, a team that a lot of people think highly of. Pitt went down to Neyland Stadium, beat the Vols last year. Now the Vols make the return trip with Hendon Hooker, the quarterback, and incredibly explosive offense. Questions on defense, but Pitt has that shot. And obviously, Miami going to Kyle Field and playing Texas A&M. The ACC's got to take care of business in the non-conference. You got to take care of games like Carolina at App, and then if you can win some of these big games like the ones I just mentioned, that'll really put the league in a position to live up to what the preseason expectations are. 5 teams ranked in the top 25, but in the non-conference, the ACC's going to have to perform to back that up.
Yeah, 5 in the top 25 matches the most in ACC history. Coming up on the other side of this break, we're getting you to Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and Florida A&M. Stick with us on ESPNU if you want to watch the second half of FSU and Duquesne.
Death Valley, the 404, the Loud House.
It's game time, baby.
Enter Sandman, running through the smoke. Shake the gate. Fear the sphere, the packed house. You know what time it is.
I'm coming.
An offense that will not be stopped.
Lockdown defense.
Intensity, defeating your rivals. Break the rock. Dethroning the champs.
King's gonna make a play. Ties the game.
This is ACC football.
Cruise Stories by real McDonald's customers.
Every morning, I get a coffee from McDonald's and a serenade from Joe.
We were in the drive-thru line, and my son's tooth fell out. Nancy gave him a cup to keep it safe.
It started snowing, and Rachel came out and cleared my windshield so I could see.
My construction crew goes to McDonald's every day. We love Destiny and Andre.
McDonald's crew members are making a difference every day. Tell your crew story at mcdonalds.com.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
The conference lines are being redrawn, and Fansville's being ripped apart.
And nothing
Sorry, Logan, you live in tech country now.
But I hate tech!
will ever be the same.
Schools are changing conferences! Players are changing schools!
What happened to tradition?
So hold on to your Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
What will you do? Will you make something better? Create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors can provide you with the tools and expertise you need to bring out the innovator in you. You know, we waited 229 days for the return of college football, and it arrives on a southern summer night. It is steamy, it is fun, and those in Chapel Hill, North Carolina cannot wait to see their beloved Tar Heels get back on the field. Happy birthday to Mac Brown, turned 71 today, as he brings the Tar Heels back home to Kenan Stadium. As we welcome you to ACC Network Primetime Football, Florida A&M University paying a trip here to Chapel Hill to take on North Carolina, looking to bounce back from a year full of expectations a year ago. What will a new season bring for the Powder Blue? And with that, welcome into our coverage. Tim Hasselback, Matt Berry alongside. Let me start by saying welcome back to college football. We are so excited to be here. We do want to start off with some of the news in this broadcast that you may have heard last night. Florida A&M at one point was not going to board the buses to come to this game because of academic certification issues. At one point, it was 25 players. Tim, we didn't even think we might have a game 24 hours ago.
In fact, we were sitting with Mac Brown as that news was breaking. There was uncertainty if this game was going to be played. Mac said he went from being nervous to playing, about nervous not playing. Now I think he's probably back nervous to playing a game again. And ultimately, I think both sides, with some of these issues figured out, are happy to be here tonight playing.
We were with Mac Brown, as you said, when he got the text. He said, well, boys, we're playing football, and we were excited about that. As for the other side of that, our Kelsey Riggs caught up with FAMU head coach Willie Simmons.
Coach Simmons, I know it has been a whirlwind of a last 48 hours. How do you best describe what happened that led us to this point now?
Well, basically, we had some eligibility issues that we were made aware of Thursday night. So obviously when you find out that close to game time, it kind of sends everyone in a frenzy, in a panic. And, we had some tough decisions to make. Our football team came together, and throughout the adversity, they decided to play this game, even though we're shorthanded at a lot of key positions. And I'm proud of the young men for taking a stand. And, there's some things that we got to do internally to make sure these issues don't continue to arise. But, again, my focus right now is on these young men and getting them prepared to play a football game.
Kelsey and Coach, thank you. We'll get into Coach Simmons' story. He's very familiar with that field down there here at Kenan Stadium. I want to flip the script now to North Carolina. Top 10 expectations a year ago, fell short of those. 6-7, no Sam Howell. So I'm calling this Mac Brown 2.0 of Mac Brown 2.0 without the star quarterback in Sam Howell.
I think it's a great way to put it, Matt, because, Matt comes onto the scene. He has Sam Howell. He has an electric offense, and everyone's excited about it. A lot of changeover now in terms of the star players on their roster. You're talking about it quarterback, talking about it running back, receiver. Same thing on the defensive side of the ball. I do, however, believe that you can lose star players and maybe be a better football team if you're just stronger across the board. And I'm getting the sense that that's how they feel about it here.
To a man, the coaches and the players have said, we have talent. It's young, but the talent is there. FAMU in North Carolina coming up on ACC Network Primetime Football. We'll talk Drake May coming up.
A practiced spicy crispy chicken sandwich eater knows. Keep one hand on the sandwich and one hand on the drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
And see if we can disrupt it.
And what more do you want to see from Joe Mishler?
I want him to be a little bit more getting the ball out on time. And when you have young receivers, we're lacking a little bit in that timing right now. But this is good for us. It's good reps, and it's a good competition. Obviously, it's a great football team over there.
Thanks so much, Coach.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larisha. Jerry Schmidt, big Steelers fan, a Pittsburgh guy. He says he used to sneak down to Three Rivers Stadium and watch Steelers practice. He does think Mitch Trubisky should start for Pittsburgh. We can get into that later here on ACC Network. But checking out the stats from the first half, FSU as efficient as can be. 3 drives, 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, all of them on the ground. 21 first downs in one half.
Yeah, and I think the rushing numbers certainly stand out for this Florida State team. Started 2 for 2 on third down, 0 for their last 2. But all in all, I think this Florida State team has operated well. You heard Jerry Schmidt talk about the delay. Florida State's done a great job of handling that well and really been businesslike about their approach. I've said it a number of times, but that is something that has to happen with the development of your program. Taking care of teams you're supposed to take care of so that you have that standard of play and it doesn't sink because of the level of competition. Florida State's done that.
They came out and punched him in the mouth and stayed on the gas. How about that? 200 rush yards and 150 pass yards in a half for the first time in at least a decade and a half.
The 15 seasons is shocking to me because that includes the Jameis Winston teams, the E.J. Manuel teams, the Christian Ponder teams, some really good teams in there. This Mike Norvell unit has been very good so far today.
Yeah, sorry, EJ. I know you're watching from Chapel Hill. Tar Heels and Rattlers of FAMU get going on ACC Network here in a moment. And Mike Norvell, I mean, listen, he was really excited about this team. You might say every coach is going to be, but it seems like he has good reason to be.
We went through about half of our meeting, and then we stopped and said, Coach, you seem really pumped. The energy's different. And he looked us, had a little smirk on his face and said, I really like this football team. Coaches like teams for different reasons, but sometimes you like a team because it's calloused, because it's been through adversity, and it's coming out of the other side, and you can see this is a talented unit that with the leadership that they have has performed today.
Duquesne deferred to start the game. They'll start with the Rock in the second half. Menders lets it bounce through the end zone, and the Dukes will start at their own 25-yard line. Joe Mishler, the starting quarterback for Duquesne, only 3 of 9 for 34 yards in the first half. He's a guy who in his first season as the starter after transferring in from Ohio was the first team All-Northeast Conference quarterback in the spring of 2021 before going down with an injury last year at TCU in the opener.
And you mentioned the spring of 2021. Remember, this is a Duquesne team that had to play a spring and a fall season last year. So this year is really the first time where it feels normal coming out of COVID, getting a full spring and then going into a traditional fall season.
5'11" junior out of Erie, PA, takes the first snap of the second half and gives it to Dwayne Menders on the sweep. And they'll pick up about half the yardage they need on first down.
It's a pretty nice job out there on the edge by receiver Keyshawn Brown, number 81, just doing enough against Kalen DeLoach to allow Menders to get to the edge.
And it's not only the on-field performance we've seen from FSU in the first half, it's the fan engagement here at Doak. Listen, we're in late August. This is not necessarily a marquee opponent for Florida State, but it's been an awesome atmosphere tonight, especially given the weather delay we had at the start. There's Billy Lucas, the all-conference running back. Picks up a couple yards on second down, sets up 3rd down and 4 for Duquesne.
You mentioned Jerry Schmidt talking about Joe Mishler getting the ball out on time. Nowhere is it going to be more important than here on your 3rd down. You've got to quickly go through your reads and dish the ball, because the two edge rushers, Derek McClendon, number 9, Jared Verse, number 5, have been able to create some pressure. They haven't had a sack yet, but you got to be aware of where they are on 3rd down.
Bunch to the left with 3 receivers. Mishler looks that way. Pass was deflected and it falls incomplete. 4th down for Duquesne.
Mishler had to get the ball out on time there. And this one was almost just how they drew it up. Off the first receiver.
Ooh, a little tip drill.
Just a little bit wide for the second receiver. That being Keyshawn Brown, who had a nice block earlier, but Florida State able to get Duquesne off the field once again.
You know the analyst was a wide receiver when he's shouting out wide receiver blocks. You gotta love that.
You know, you gotta give credit where credit's due, man.
Michael Baraducci back out to punt after the 3rd 3-and-out tonight for Duquesne. Micah Pittman lets it bounce. It touched to Seminole inside the 40. And see, FSU does fall on top of it. It will be Knowles ball for the first time in the second half, up by 26.
A practiced spicy crispy chicken sandwich eater knows. Keep one hand on the sandwich and one hand on the drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do? Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Geez, really tasty stuff out there. The crunch, the satisfaction, and now you're being named MV Cheese. What are you going to do next?
I'm going where cheese dreams come true. I'm going to Cheese It World, baby. Cheese It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Does it get better than never getting lost? Does it get better than not parallel parking yourself?
Alexa, ask Smart Feed to feed the dog.
Does it get better than feeding your dog from 50 miles away? Yes, it does. At Buick, we see a future that's even better. Because the life-enhancing innovations you've never even dreamed of, Buick is dreaming of them every day.
Are you ready? Let's go. You're going out tonight.
Kevin Connor's in studio. It is now officially final in Montgomery, Alabama. Both coaches have agreed to call the game early In the fourth quarter, Jacksonville State a 42-17 win over Stephen F. Austin. Rich Rodriguez with the win in his first game as Gamecocks head coach. A final in Montgomery drew Jacksonville State the win.
All right, back here at Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee. Drew Carter, Roddy Jones, Larisha Harris with you. Second half underway as FSU leads 26-0 over the Dukes of Duquesne, an FCS team from the Northeast Conference. Trayshawn Ward gets the first call of the second half for Florida State, and that's fitting after he was so good in the first half, right?
89 yards on 9 carries for Trayshawn Ward in the first half. He's been phenomenal, kind of emerging out of the shadow of Jayshon Corbin, who was their leading rusher a year ago. Trayshawn Ward was fantastic then. He's been fantastic so far in this one.
Low snap for Travis. That has not been an issue tonight. He picks it up, lets it fly, has a man inside the 20. Kentron Portier in the red zone.
Jordan Travis has been through so much in his career. The bad snap, he's not fazed by it at all. One of the best deep ball throwers in the ACC, and you see it right there. Puts it on Kentron Portier on the double move.
Put it right on Big 88 for 48 yards, and they've got first and goal at the 7. One of the most efficient red zone teams in America. They've converted all 5 tonight and 37 in a row. Tops in FBS. Ward gets the call. Shimmies outside. Another spin move, which we've seen now 3 times tonight inside the 5.
A.J. Ackerman got in the backfield immediately, and it was like he wasn't even there. I mean, Trayshawn Ward was not even concerned about him. Makes a miss like it's nothing. We've seen a lot of spin moves today.
He's going to be dizzy by the end of the night, right?
He might be.
Back in the gun. Heavy set. Travis. Back to Ward. Picks his way into the end zone. Touchdown FSU. And the former walk-on Trayshawn Ward is the man tonight in Tallahassee.
He showed you the elusiveness on the run before. On this one, he shows the patience in the backfield.
And it was just the celebration again. That's the second time.
He keeps fooling me on the celebration.
Catching us off guard.
Grabs the hamstring, and I'm like, is he okay? And then he runs off after the celebration.
You hear a collective gasp across the capital of Florida. Ryan Fitzgerald knocks through the extra point. 33-zip FSU in the 2022 season opener.
Just look at the patience. The offensive line does a nice job latching on the blocks. Trayshawn Ward finds the seam, dives in the end zone.
In the past 22 years, I've seen a lot of celebrations. Proms,
birthday parties,
weddings.
The crew, they were just so excited for us.
When they come to celebrate, I feel like it's a celebration for me too, because I get to enjoy and be a part of their day.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
So, it's Friday night dinner. All of a sudden, boom,
And you, Gecko, go, bundling your home and car insurance could save you hundreds. Then the neighbors are like, huh? The little girl's like, hi, Gecko. Huh?
Quite the commercial.
I know, right?
Geico.
Treshaun Ward is above 100 yards tonight, a couple of touchdowns for FSU. All 4 of their scores have come on the ground, and folks, he's not injured. He's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to call this the pulled hamstring celebration, the gotcha, the dead leg, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm sounding really old to the younger generation trying to describe what this is, but he's had the opportunity to do it a couple times. He's found himself in the end zone.
And Treshaun Ward has been the top of the food chain for this FSU backfield, and you've been wondering who's going to be the top dog. It's been Treshaun Ward so far. They've gotten great contributions from Trey Benson and Lawrence Toafili as well. Duquesne's going to have to run this kick back. And they're down inside their own 20-yard line. So again, good field position for the Dukes. That was Ramir Knight on the return. So here comes Joe Mishler and company. The Duquesne offense back on the field. They have not generated a lot of traction, Roddy. What do you want to see from this Dukes unit?
I think you want to see them continue to compete. They've done a nice job at times of being able to run the football some. We've seen DeMarcus Ware get loose a couple of times. Haven't seen a lot of Billy Lucas today. They're outstanding running back, but I want to see them continue to compete with this FSU team.
Lucas only 7 carries for 13 yards. Offensive coordinator Anthony Doria said he's the best player in their league. That's DeMarcus Ware, the running back who's going nowhere. Spun down to the backfield. Tatum Bethune, 15 and Garnet.
Shot through the line of scrimmage. It's going to come right through the gap between the right guard and the center. Diagnoses it immediately. He's able to make the tackle in the backfield. Transfer from UCF, a guy that had 185 tackles in his career with the Knights. I think he's going to be a big part of this defense this year in Tallahassee.
108 tackles last year alone, tops on UCF's team. Mishler to throw. Right side, single coverage, knocked away. And a big flag. 2 flags come in as Azarie Thomas, the true freshman out of Niceville, Florida, is involved on this one.
Pass interference, defense, number 20. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
They are very excited about the 2 freshman corners they have, but this time Azarie Thompson just a little too handsy behind the receiver. Abdul Jannah a little bit, but wasn't in terrible position. He's so long, 6'2" at corner, that he was always going to be able to get there with his arms. Just a little too handsy with that right hand on Jannah.
4-star recruit out of Florida, older brother Wanye, standout at Georgia Tech, now playing with the Cowboys in preseason, had a pick the other night. First down and 10 for Mishler and the Dukes. It's Ware again and again. Good luck. DJ Lundy, 46, was the first man there. Flag on the other side of the field.
Illegal formation, not enough guys on the line of scrimmage. But to the play side, Lundy and Bethune have been very active.
Illegal formation, offense, more than 5 in the backfield. That penalty's declined. Results of the play, second down.
Mike Norvell declines the penalty. It's been tough sledding for Jerry Schmidt and Duquesne, and Norvell told us that they feel night and day defensively compared to last year. You had known commodities really in the 2 defensive ends. Even though Johnson was in his first year in the program, they knew that they were going to be good. Aside from those 2, a lot of question marks, a lot of youth. This year, they know what they've got, and it's a great defensive unit. Mishler gets the snap off on 2nd down and 11. Low throw is caught and immediately chopped down. 3rd down and long coming up.
Well, Drew, you mentioned last year, they had a number of guys playing out of position, not because of having to do it, but really because they didn't know what they had in a guy like Kevin Knowles. So you had Jamie Robinson playing the nickel position. him being able to move out to nickel, Kevin Knowles, allowed Jamie Robinson to go to safety. They had questions at linebacker that they don't have this year. And on the defensive line, they've got two really solid guys in the middle.
Fischler's pass incomplete on 3rd down and long, brings up another 4th down for the Dukes of Duquesne. With under 10 to play in this 3rd quarter, Micah Pittman goes back to receive a punt for FSU. Michael Berarducci in to kick it away again.
Berarducci in punt formation.
6th punt of the night for the sophomore out of Allison Park, PA. Fair caught by Pittman right outside his own 30. It's a little cheeky there after the fair catch. We all saw it. Blown dead at the 31 for FSU.
It was kind of weird because there wasn't a whistle immediately after he caught the ball. So
Pittman says, why not? Now, this game against Duquesne, a nice tune-up for Florida State as they try to put the finishing touches on this one. Really what a lot of Florida State fans have circled on the calendar is next week on ABC in New Orleans against LSU. Tons of storylines going into this one, Roddy. What stands out to you?
Well, I think it's what is LSU this year? And that's, sort of the question that everybody's asking. This is an LSU team that had 10 guys drafted last year off of a team that wasn't all that good. So the talent is certainly there on the roster. Who's going to be the starting quarterback is a big question as well. But can Florida State really stamp itself, make a mark by going and beating an SEC team in SEC territory?
New quarterback for FSU is Tate Rodemaker, the redshirt sophomore out of Valdosta, Georgia. They keep it on the ground on his first snap with Lawrence Toafili for a short gain on 1st down. They really like this kid Rodemaker, Roddy.
They do. Mike Norvell told us that he's one of the best athletes on the team. He can absolutely sling it. And he got put in a really tough situation back in 2020. He had some injuries at quarterback. He had to start that game against Jacksonville State in 2020. But this is a guy that was really highly thought of coming out of high school. They really like his potential and the maturity that he's shown getting better over the years.
Again, it's Toafili. Finds some space around the right edge. 3rd down and short coming up. Jeremiah Josephs, their most dynamic defensive player, according to Mike Craig, the defensive coordinator on the stop.
As successful as Florida State has been running the football, Duquesne's done a nice job of not allowing any really big runs. The secondary and the pursuit has always been there. So despite the missed tackles, they've kind of limited the damage, which is a little counterintuitive to say, but we haven't seen any running backs get loose.
Longest carry, 20 yards by Trayshawn Ward. Rodemaker takes the snap. Give again to Toafili. Pushes the pile forward for a 1st down, FSU. So Rodemaker taking the snap should be it for Jordan Travis, FSU's starting quarterback, an undisputed QB1 coming into the season. He was efficient, 11 of 15 through the air for 207 yards, plus a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, I thought he was really good tonight. Obviously, the main course was the run game with those running backs, but when he was asked to provide some sides to the meal, he absolutely delivered. The beautiful pass down the field to Johnny Wilson and some other nice plays as well.
Rodemaker's in there now, and it's Trayshawn Ward on the give, and he has been a superstar tonight. Still on his feet. Trayshawn Ward, 2.5 yardage. Shane Stump finally dragged him down.
How can you not love this guy with the ball in his hands? He's as competitive a runner as there is in the league. Refuses to go down. This is the 3rd quarter of a 33-0 game, and this dude is fighting and scratching and clawing for every single yard. Absolutely love it.
Goes for 21, longest carry of the night. He's up to 124 on the night as Rodemaker handled the snap and gave it back to Ward on 1st down and 10. For more on Ward, let's go down to Larisha Harris.
Well, guys, I talked to Ward just about his play and areas that he wanted to improve in this year, and he told me one of the focal points for him this offseason was being a physical blocker, being more vigilant, more patient, but most importantly, it was just improving his physicality as well as his IQ of the game. He studied film. He made sure that he gave himself time to develop the mental aspect of the game, and also made sure he worked out a little bit more to get that physicality up.
Seems like it's paying off so far, Larissa. He's been physical. Rodemaker pulled the string, and the pass was knocked down incomplete at the line of scrimmage. Looked like John Muehlbauer, 27, was in there.
Just going back to Trayshawn Ward and something that Larissa said, I thought watching him last year, the biggest area of improvement for him was going to be in the pass game, particularly pass protection and that blocking piece. Some of that's physicality, some of that's attitude. But I think the competition helps as well. Jashawn Corbin was kind of the guy. Now he's the guy, but you've got a player in Trey Benson who you know has the physical talent, so you've got to up your game, and it looks like it certainly has.
Benson's on the field now. We've seen 3 running backs for FSU on this drive. Rodemaker has to evade the rush on 3rd down. Rodemaker still has it, and he's dragged down before the first down sticks. Shane Stump has been everywhere on this drive. Brings up 4th down for the Noles.
Big time push for this Duquesne front. Getting in the lap of Tate Rodemaker. Saw Todd Hill with the pursuit up the middle, able to get past a couple of Florida State off blockers, but Florida State leaving the offense on the field.
It'd be about a 49-yard field goal from here. See if Rodemaker actually takes the snap. Benson's the running back. 4th down and 7. Tate Rodemaker with a chance to prove himself in the opener. Fires over the middle. It's picked off. Taken away by Ryan Webb for Duquesne, and he's got space. Ryan Webb still on his feet, and he stumbles at the 30-yard line.
It's an excellent play by Ryan Webb, undercutting the throw behind Malik McClain. See if he catches a foot or something. Oh, no, turf monster. Got him. Trey Benson was probably going to walk him down too, but can't get got by the turf monster. You're in Doak Campbell Stadium. You got a chance to hush the whole crowd. Come on, man.
The turf monster showed up for week 0.
It's a brand new field. I didn't think it had any turf monsters. That's one of those. You're not going to want to watch the film back on that. Say that from experience.
Now, believe it or not, this is Duquesne's first drive beyond its own 25-yard line. Their 8th possession, and Joe Mishler completes on his first pass to Dwayne Menders.
Good on-time delivery from Mishler, putting it right on Menders. If you're Duquesne, you just want to finish this drive. You want to put something on film that you feel good about. Getting great field position, quick change. I want to get points on the board. And it's a good opportunity for this Florida State defense as well. Same type scenario. You try and create these in practice, but now you get one in the game.
2nd down and short. Mishler keeps it after the play fake. Lobs it toward the end zone. Hauled in. Touchdown Dukes. Abdul Jannah puts Duquesne on the board. Just like that.
Ruling on the field is a touchdown.
How about the response by Duquesne? 4th down. FSU goes for it. You get the pick. Probably could have been a pick 6. Doesn't happen, but your quarterback, your experienced junior, comes back. A couple of passes later, a great catch in the end zone by Abdul Jannah.
Brian Brusdowitz out to tack on the extra point. So for Duquesne, it's the first time outside their own 25-yard line on their 8th drive, and they cash in.
Joe Mishler delivers the ball on time and accurately. Puts it up where only his guy can get it. Duquesne, the Dukes on the board here in Tallahassee.
In the past 22 years, I've seen a lot of celebrations. Proms,
Birthday parties,
weddings.
the crew, they were just so excited for us.
When they come to celebrate, I feel like it's a celebration for me too, because I get to enjoy and like be a part of their day.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Geez, really tasty stuff out there. The crunch, the satisfaction, and now you're being named NB Cheese. What are you going to do next?
I'm going where cheese dreams come true. I'm going to Cheese It World, baby! Cheese It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
So, tell me about your bond.
Yeah, she's the first one to email me on my birthday every year.
I never miss it because it's automated through Constant Contact.
I've never been in a relationship with a gardener like this.
Actually, landscape architect.
Make every summer adventure the destination with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself every single day, and the harder I push myself, the more I find myself drawn to wearing UFOs. The first time I put on a pair of UFOs, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. When you are recovered and can do more, that has a compounding effect on all aspects of your life. Stepping into a pair of UFOs, they're truly one of a kind. There's nothing like them.
It's turned into a beautiful night in Tallahassee. We're here at Doak Campbell Stadium, where it took an hour and a half to start playing after a lightning delay. But the fans are loving it now. It's another sticky Tallahassee night here in late August. And we're thrilled to be here as FSU leads 33-7 over Duquesne here in week 0. Andrew Smith is out to kick it away for the Dukes. Here's Sam McCall, the 5-star dynamic freshman, who's chopped down at his own 15-yard line by C.J. Barnes. Well, don't forget, ACC PM is ACC Network's new afternoon studio show, hosted by Mark Packer and also with former Tar Heel football standout Trey Boston and former Seminole Taylor Tannenbaum. We get all the football plus all the latest news from around the conference. ACC PM weekdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on ACC Network and the ESPN app. We know Taylor is watching, FSU alum. Hi, Taylor. Welcome to the network. And speaking of the other co-host, Trey Boston, North Carolina great, the Tar Heels are on the board in 2022, Roddy.
Kamari Morales, a tight end up the seam. How about Drake May, starting quarterback? First touchdown of the season, touchdown pass.
UNC home for Florida A&M. You can find that game over on ACC Network. Second leg of our doubleheader, 2 ACC teams playing week 0 here. Tate Rodemaker is back in there at quarterback alongside Lawrence Toafili, and the running back gets the call, makes a couple of Dukes miss, and is finally tripped up near the 40-yard line by Jeremiah Josephs. 23-yard run.
The coaches talked about Toafili as one of the most improved guys during camp. Just overall, the patience on the counter play. See 2 pullers coming from the backside to the front side. That tells you it's counter Toafili. Good patience, explodes through the hole, and you see the long speed.
It's Toafili again. A dynamic player, and he picks up another solid chunk on 2nd down and 3. And let's go back to that 23-yard game.
Yeah, this is one of the favorite run schemes for Florida State. A couple of guys coming around. Bryson Estes from the backside. Toafili sets it up, explodes. And over the course of the season, we're going to see him involved a lot in the pass game as well. But his improvement running the football between the tackles, I think, has been evident tonight.
This guy who burst onto the scene as a true freshman back in 2020. It's Toafili again for the 3rd time in a row. He picks up another 1st down and plunges forward into Duquesne territory. Anthony Delavay at 42 and white makes the tackle. But Toafili averaged 9.6 yards per carry as a freshman. Number came down to 5.1 last year, but we've seen the explosiveness. This guy makes huge plays.
Yeah, and Mike Norvell knows how to utilize multiple backs out of the backfield, whether they're together or separate. And the fact that Toafili can run between the tackles means that when he's in the game, teams can't key on the fact that they're going to throw.
Rodemaker keeps it after the play fake. They've run it 40 times tonight. He finds Kentron Portier with another catch. Tim Lowry is there on the stop. Brings up 2nd down.
I like that. Nice, easy pitch and catch. Get the bad taste of the interception out of your mouth if you're a quarterback. You don't want to have that lingering too long. And I'm excited to see Rodemaker. That was a poor throw on the interception. But I think his development is a big part of this team because it gives you some depth at quarterback.
This time they keep it on the ground. There goes Trey Benson. Kiss number 3 goodbye. Touchdown, Seminoles.
Drew, I might be getting ahead of myself here. Call me prisoner of the moment. But this trio of running backs is going to challenge Clemson's trio as best in the ACC. And from what we've seen tonight, Trayshawn Ward, Trey Benson, Lawrence Toafili, with the versatility that you have in that group, the ability to make people miss. And you saw the burst there from Benson. I'm telling you, man, this crew, if they can stay healthy, is going to be as good as there is in this league.
They're all above 90 yards. 127 for Ward, 101 for Toafili, 90 for Benson, 43 of them on that touchdown jaunt.
You're going to see Bryson Estes, the left guard, a little pin and pull scheme. He's going to come out, kick out that defensive end. Patience by Benson. Make the safety miss. Gave him a little something, and up the sideline to get in the end zone. Let's not forget, Trey Benson broke approximately, and this is an unofficial stat, so don't quote me on this, approximately 70 tackles in the first half. That time he only needed to break 1 to get to the end zone. That was just a rough estimate, Drew. I wasn't counting individually, but that's what it felt like.
Trey Benson looks fully healthy after that knee injury he suffered in December of 2020 back when he was at Oregon. And listen, House of the Dragon is on HBO right now, and we got 3 dragons, 3-headed monster type thing. That's where I'm going with that, Roddy. These guys are all good is the bottom line.
How about, 3 Musketeers?
Sure.
These 3 guys are going to need a nickname at some point. 2 guys over 100 yards. Trey Benson, if he'd have had 10 more yards on that run, he'd be over 100 too. Oh, the ball fell off the tee.
Look out. Ryan Fitzgerald has to put it back on top of the tee. Not really a windy night here in Tallahassee. Let's try that again. Yes, Mo Bamba is still a thing, folks. This time it works out for Fitzgerald. Dwayne Menders, number 8 in white, back to receive. Little miscommunication, didn't call it, picks it up, and he's stuffed around his own 10.
So, Drew, if you go back to Mike Norvell's tenure at Memphis, his ability to have multiple backs and to really take advantage of their strengths was evident. Darrell Henderson was a fantastic back, but he and Patrick Taylor were on the same team in 2018, both of them over 1,000 yards. And by the way, Tony Pollard was on that team too, who was also a big part of it as well. Kenneth Gainwell, a receiving threat, a rushing threat in 2019. Mike Norvell always knows how to run the football best. He's got a running quarterback in Jordan Travis that's going to help him. I'm telling you, this three-headed monster under Mike Norvell's watch, that offensive line can stay healthy and continue to develop. It's going to be one of the units to watch in this league.
You know what's crazy about that graphic, Roddy, is 2 NFL running backs weren't on it. Pollard and Antonio Gibson in Washington. That's Keyshawn Brown on the reverse, and the wide receiver picks up 5 on first down. You know, Roddy, this is an FSU program that is known for producing running back talent. You can go down the line, but the last 1,000-yard rusher they had was Cam Akers back in 2019. Trey Benson actually said this offseason that's his goal, to be their first 1,000-yard rusher since Cam Akers. Any of those guys could do it.
He may have to race Trayshawn Ward to
Seriously.
it, but I'm glad that the goal is there. Because you think about the running backs that Florida State's had over the years, most recently Cam Akers, before that Dalvin Cook. I mean, this is one of those places that is used to success at that position. And while Trayshawn Ward may not look the part, he runs similar to a Devontae Freeman. Not quite as twitchy, not quite as angry a runner, but just as competitive. And Trey Benson looks the part. He looks like a Jacquez Patrick or one of those big Florida State running backs that we're accustomed to seeing over the years.
A minute left in the third quarter. Joe Mishler complete to Keyshawn Brown for a first down, Duquesne. Two running backs flank Mishler. And he throws on first down. And that was nearly a huge collision in the middle. He's trying to find the running back, Billy Lucas.
Brendan Gant, the converted safety, does a really nice job of passing off the crossing route, coming off of it and defending the angle. And this is part of the buy-in for Florida State. Brendan Gant's a guy that has started the last 3 seasons. He's started games at safety. He's a backup linebacker now because of the depth and the fact that they feel like he can make such an impact there. And Adam Fuller said he's doing a great job. It's part of the development of this program, the buy-in of this program, when you have guys like Brendan Gant, a former starter, providing depth at a different position.
Play clock winds. Now 3 to snap for Mishler. They get it off. DeMarcus Ware, the running back, on the play fake, and the throw is a little too low for Abdul Jannah, who scored that touchdown earlier for the Dukes. It's what the defensive coordinator Adam Fuller said, and I go back to what the head coach Mike Norvell said about being night and day defensively for FSU. Last 8 games of the season, Roddy, when they went 5-3, this defense really stepped up, and we've seen some studs for Florida State last year.
We did, and the question throughout the year is going to be, can you get the same production out of the defensive ends that you did last year? They don't have a sack yet, but McClendon is going to be to the bottom of your screen, Jared Verse to the top of your screen at the defensive end position. They've been close. They'll be looking to get to the quarterback.
Mishler to throw, right on cue. He is dumped. Jared Verse arrives in the ACC.
Drew, you love baseball. I love baseball. It's been like a power hitter who's been on it, fouling the ball straight back over and over. The timing's there, and he's just been off a little bit with either not getting the quarterback in time, getting the ball out. But there he finally hits his home run. Watch him to the top of your screen. He's going to swipe the hands of the offensive tackle down and use his explosiveness and his bend to get around the corner and get Joe Mishler. That goes on teach tape. Don't let that tackle touch you. Slap it down, bend the corner, sack the quarterback. Jared Verse, get to know his name.
That's how the third quarter ends, with Florida State on top 40-7 and Duquesne facing a 4th down and forever. The Seminoles are running through the Dukes.
Trey Benson, the most recent recipient of the football, makes a man miss, gets up the sideline. It's been all celebration for the Seminoles here today.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Alexa, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken itself. It is more than scrumptious. It is more than delicious. It is scrumptiddlyumptious. I know that's not a real word, but I love it.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
The conference lines are being redrawn, and Fansville's being ripped apart.
And nothing
Sorry, Logan, you live in tech country now.
But I hate tech!
will ever be the same.
Schools are changing conferences! Players are changing schools!
What happened to tradition?
So hold on to your Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is! Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
One day you might wake up and think,
Time for a change.
when your friend asks,
Want to try this place?
and you say, you know what?
Let's try this place instead.
No sticky floor here. When you realize you've never seen a Broadway show, so maybe you'll treat your parents. They'll think it's neat.
This is neat.
So neat.
When you say, I'm gonna go to Daytona Beach.
Nope.
I'm gonna go to the Caribbean. Or is it the Caribbean? And it's almost too beautiful to post. Almost. With Amex, it's never a question of if you're going to level up. It's when.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Make every summer adventure the destination with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
What will you do? What will you change? Will you make something better? Will you create something entirely new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with the tools and expertise you need to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us.
Fourth down and a mile for Duquesne here at FSU in the opener of the 2022 season. Michael Baraducci's punt bounces at midfield. Micah Pittman watches it roll inside the Florida State 35-yard line. Now, why were they facing 4th and 16? That man right there, Jared Verse, with the first sack of the season for FSU and his first sack as a Seminole. He had 9.5 last year at UAlbany. Great Danes, an FCS team, they only went 2-9, but this dude was a huge bright spot. He's got all the athleticism in the world. And if you were watching the Syracuse-Albany game in mid-September last year, you might have noticed that Sean Tucker, one of the fastest players in the country, rips off a 50-plus yard touchdown. Who's that huge guy tracking him down? Jared Verse goes step for step with a former track star.
It was impressive, and it not only caught the eye of us watching the game, it caught the eye of about 100 coaches across the country. It's funny, Florida State actually played Syracuse a couple weeks after that. And of course, the coaches saw that play. So when Jared Verse went into the portal, it's very easy to recall number 96 sprinting down the field. They knew he'd be a good fit for him once they saw his name hop in that portal, and they were fortunate, had to fight off everybody in the world to get him.
That was Rodney Hill, the true freshman out of Statesboro, Georgia. Fourth running back in this FSU rotation. Other three guys are all above 90 yards tonight. Tate Rodemaker still in there at quarterback after Jordan Travis's night is over, and Rodemaker just kills it, throws it away after the broken play. John Muehlbauer, 27, was in there with the pressure.
It's a little dangerous there. I thought he was going to run it, then he decided not to. Ball almost falls out a couple of times. Just throws it away.
Ryan Lopez is down for Duquesne. We'll check in with the Duke's defensive end when we come back.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Geez, really tasty stuff out there. The crunch, the satisfaction, and now you're being named NB Cheese. What are you going to do next?
I'm going where cheese dreams come true. I'm going to Cheese It World, baby.
Cheez It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Alexa, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken itself. It is more than scrumptious. It is more than delicious. It is scrumptiddlyumptious. I know that's not a real word, but I love it.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
You ever wonder why people are always on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. Look at this guy. He bought those tickets on his credit card and he's racking up the rewards.
She's using Zelle to pay him back for the hot dogs he's about to buy.
That's going to bring it to
And
a
the
close here
announcer?
after 3.
He's not checking the stats. He's finding some investment ideas with Merrill.
And third, as you know, in baseball means 3.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Make every summer adventure the destination with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Welcome back to Doak Campbell Stadium. A position that we haven't discussed much is the offensive line, and that specifically that center position. That had to be rearranged due to injury, and we know that Darius Washington started there tonight, but we have seen a mix of guys in that position. Specifically right now we see David Stickle there, but we also saw Thomas Schrader, and again, Darius Washington. They all have been rotating in that position, and we know that that's been happening rather because they have more size and more depth in that O-line position, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Larisha. FSU has lost not 1 but 2 centers to injury in the offseason, so Darius Washington has come in and taken over that position. He's now played at all 5 offensive line positions at FSU. They've got the depth, and it's being tested.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, number one, how long Maurice Smith is going to be out. Mike Norvell said that he was going to miss this game, wasn't specific about the timeline. But with a timeout, Florida State up 40-7.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. To all my fellow non-breakfast people, this chicken biscuit is something different. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hi, I'm Gary, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is that it's unexpected. I'm a big biscuit guy, but chicken for breakfast is delicious. You can taste all of the flavors just all at once. Once you try it, there's no turning back.
Geez, really tasty stuff out there. The crunch, the satisfaction, and now you're being named NB Cheese. What are you going to do next?
I'm going where cheese dreams come true. I'm going to Cheese It World, baby.
Cheez It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
This is Ego Labs, where technology and innovation create power beyond belief. Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It's more powerful than gas, and at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, it's the industry's most powerful blower. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
When safe drivers save for not answering their phone while driving, they feel like a big deal.
Did you get the ice?
Even if they forgot the ice. Save up to 30% on auto insurance with USAA Safe Pilot. Get a quote today.
Make every summer adventure the destination with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. Hurry into a local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily.
Boneless wings or chicken nuggets? Get it ready. No, it's a boneless wing. Boneless wing and chicken nugget. Yes, same exact thing. Wings out. What's inside the wing? Chicken. What's inside the nugget? Come on, man.
Boneless wing is a chicken nugget because you don't even know if it comes from the wing.
Whoa!
A boneless wing is not a chicken nugget.
What? Thank you.
It is not a chicken nugget.
Nah.
It's not.
I'm gonna fight for my boneless wings. Yes, it's a chicken wing. It's a chicken nugget. Why? Because it ain't got no bone in it. Can't be a boneless meal, a boneless wing without the bone. It's just a nugget.
What do you think at home? Is a boneless wing actually just a chicken nugget in disguise? That video came to us from FSU's football Twitter account, and it's a debate that's been raging for ages. As Tate Rodemaker completes the pass to Deuce Spann. Yes, I have to do my job here. Spann lost the lid, so they've got to stop play, and a flag comes in. You can't keep playing without your helmet. So we'll see what the ruling is here. But this will give us a really nice opportunity, Roddy, to embrace debate about boneless wings and chicken nuggets. What say you? Are they the same thing?
I'm glad we have some space here because I've been giving this far too much thought over the last 24 hours or so. We'll let Jeff Heiser clean this up.
There is no foul for a personal foul. The runner was stopped short of the line of the game. 4th down.
Thank you, Jeff Heiser. It will be 4th and short. Mike Norvell, I think he should go for it. Now let's get to the most important thing. Every boneless wing is a chicken nugget. It is. It's a chicken nugget that it is simply only meat from the wing. However, not every chicken nugget is a boneless wing. So boneless wings, yes, they are chicken nuggets.
I see. As Rodemaker on the quarterback sneak on 4th down and short, that should be enough to move the sticks. So, Roddy, you're saying it's like a square rectangle type thing.
It's like a subset, yes. Every square is a rectangle. Not every rectangle is a square. Larisha, where do you stand on the boneless wing chicken nugget?
I have to agree with Roddy.
Let's go.
A boneless wing is a chicken nugget.
100%.
And it's simply a chicken nugget because that's just what I think. No, but really, a boneless wing with boneless wings, the biggest thing with that is just it's great PR. Whoever created it has done a fantastic job of making it something. That's simply all it is.
Jalen Carson on the pass breakup. Allow me to defend the honor of the boneless wing because somebody's got to do it. Roddy and Larisha, let me ask you guys this. Is a hot dog a brat? Are those the same two things?
No.
No, so what's the difference here? They're similar but different. Okay, why can't we have two different things here?
No, a bratwurst is a completely like a hot dog is it's a mixture of who knows what that they put in. A brat is an elevated. It's a sausage, and it's the peak sausage. Larisha, like defend me here. Come on.
Yeah, no, you said it right. You executed that argument perfectly, Rodney.
But I also ask you this. When have you ever ordered chicken nuggets and they've showed up tossed in sauce? That's not chicken nuggets. You have to dip those.
But that's what make boneless wings. And again,
exactly.
It's great PR, but that doesn't make doesn't mean boneless wings aren't chicken nuggets.
So what if I get boneless wings naked?
It's chicken nuggets.
Breaded. It's a chicken nugget. That's all it is.
But what did you order?
But if you're talking about the sauce is the definitive thing, if I get them without the sauce, then it goes to a chicken nugget, which means I think the sauce can't be the definitive thing because it's the same thing.
But boneless wings, you have to specify naked boneless wings because they come with sauce, as Trey Benson picks up a first down for Florida State.
But chicken nuggets also come with sauce because if you go to a place, they ask you what dipping sauce would you like.
But
it's just a different form.
But the key is dipping the sauce as opposed to tossing it. We're talking about really small, like we're picking hairs here. You know what I mean?
This is actually, Drew, you've made the most compelling argument for a boneless wing that I've ever heard, and it's that a sauced chicken nugget is a boneless wing. That's what I think you're going to. So if I get chicken nuggets and I toss them in sauce, it's not a boneless wing because you don't know where the meat comes from.
All right, now let me ask you this. As Rodney Hill busts free and has a solid gain on first down, how about chicken tenders then? Where do we stand on chicken tenders? Because you could argue, Roddy, that they're just jumbo chicken nuggets. Or are they different?
I don't think that argument holds water because a tender is an actual part of the chicken. You can buy a chicken tenderloin. Like you're not buying a chicken breast and calling it a chicken tender. It's a tenderloin. Like it's a tender. I mean, some people might be, but yeah.
It's a great, vigorous debate that can be had. And as we tie this back to Florida State, these guys are really tight. You know, this is a team that is more together, I think, than it has been under Mike Norvell. And the vibes around this program are super strong, and we've seen that play out tonight.
We have. You know, this team used to be a chicken nugget. You cut it on the inside, and you didn't really know where the meat came from. It wasn't sauced. It was incomplete. It needed a little bit more. You needed the ranch, the barbecue, the honey mustard to make it complete. Now they're a boneless wing. You know where the meat has come from. It's been through it. It's been treated properly. It comes sauced and ready to serve. I think it's a perfect analogy, but in all seriousness, this Florida State team has matured, much like the boneless wing.
There's Rodney Hill, the true freshman. Go ahead, Larissa.
It has matured, Roddy, and when I talked to Dylan Gibbons just about the team and the chemistry that's there, he told me that during the end of the fall camp scrimmage, there's a tradition at FSU where they go to about the 30-yard line, turn around, and face a tunnel. And he says, you know, we all know Dylan has done this several times, but he said this year, something just felt different. He didn't know if it was just a new business mindset, if it was just something in the air, but he said something was different. And at that moment, he said Fabian Lovett put his helmet in the air. Dylan followed and did the same. But Lovett looked at him and said, I got you. I trust you. And Dylan said that's something he's never felt before.
If you're Dylan Gibbons, you got to go boneless wings so you can eat them with a fork and don't get everything in that beautiful flowing beard.
If you didn't catch him on In Play with David Hale and Andrea Adelson, they do the Thursday show on In Play. It was absolutely fantastic. That beard looks like it belongs north of the wall now that we're back in Game of Thrones realm. In all seriousness, he's an all ACC level guard and a real leader there. And Larissa, I think what you said about he and Fabian Lovett, opposite sides of the ball, guys that bang it out all day long, all week long in practice. That sort of trust between the two sides is something that's going to push this Florida State team.
Rodney Hill goes airborne and scores for Florida State. Touchdown, Seminoles. Seven red zone trips for FSU, 7 scores, 5 touchdowns.
Well, we've been talking about chicken nuggets and boneless wings. Rodney Hill has been cooking down the field. We've talked about the big 3 running backs, but they are really excited about this freshman, Rodney Hill, guy coming in who's shown a lot of promise early in his Florida State career in practice, able to get in the end zone.
Ryan Fitzgerald boots through the extra point. I don't know if Rodney Hill has boneless or bone-in wings, but he's flying to the end zone here on the hurdle.
Certainly is. See the burst. Get up there, big fella. Get in there. You'll never forget your first college touchdown. Rodney Hill, mark that one down. One of many to come.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Hey, I'm Alexa, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken itself. It is more than scrumptious. It is more than delicious. It is scrumptiddlyumptious. I know that's not a real word, but I love it.
On Season 5 of Fansville, college football is back, and it's total chaos.
The conference lines are being redrawn, and Fansville's being ripped apart.
And nothing
Sorry, Logan, you live in tech country now.
But I hate tech!
will ever be the same.
Schools are changing conferences! Players are changing schools!
What happened to tradition?
So hold on to your Dr. Pepper.
That's called an off tackle. That's where the running back runs.
I know what it is. Did you just fansplain me?
I'm sorry. I was out of bounds. That's where a player steps back.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Beautiful day in Baltimore, where most people probably know that Geico could save their money on car insurance, right? Well, could help them save on boat insurance too. Okay.
Request to come ashore.
Geico.
to pivot. Work bye, vacation high. Book with Priceline, because when you save more, you can no way more.
No way.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
Tomorrow, it's ACC Network's Sunday Best, featuring 2 ACC Big Ten Challenge field hockey games. First, at 1:30 Eastern, number 20 Wake Forest takes on number 3 Michigan. And then at 4 p.m., number 2 North Carolina faces number 5 Iowa in a top 5 showdown. Both games from Kettner Stadium in Winston-Salem, and right here on ACC Network and the ESPN app. Roddy Jones does football, baseball, maybe field hockey.
No, I don't even know the first thing about field hockey other than the ACC is excellent at it.
It is.
And it's on tomorrow.
More of an F1 guy than a field hockey
Much
guy.
more. Yep. We're at Spa tomorrow for the F1 race. So.
What even is that? What's Spa?
It's one of the most famous tracks in the world. It's in Belgium, in the hills. It's beautiful. It's a legendary track.
Nice. I'll make sure not to tune in.
Okay. 9 o'clock on ESPN. It's a way to be a company manager.
Thank you. After the touchback, Duquesne has the ball back at its own 25. Mike Norvell's Florida State Seminoles team leads by 40 as the Dukes go to a new quarterback, number 7, Darius Parentes. And ACC fans, if that last name sounds familiar, his older bro London was the point guard at UVA, the Cavaliers' all-time leader in starts with 134, 6 more than Ralph Sampson. And Parentes keeps it on the ground on his first snap and gives it to Damon Macklin, the sophomore running back, for a first down.
Parentes started almost the entire season last year, all except for the first game, and actually had a pretty nice season. You can see 60% completion percentage, threw for over 1,600 yards, 17 touchdowns, filled in admirably, probably a little better runner than Joe Mishler. Certainly a capable backup.
Well, they went 7-2 in his 9 starts last year. Again on the ground with Macklin. Check this out. When London Parentes graduated from UVA on senior day at JPJ, it's London in the middle and Darius on the far right.
Cool moment for any family, but certainly one as accomplished as that one.
This is tailor-made for ACC Network.
I mean, it's like they knew.
Yeah.
London Parentes needed a shout-out on ACC Network.
And London Parentes, he was a great player, led Virginia to the Final Four in 2016. Oh, wait, actually, he didn't. They lost to Syracuse in the Elite Eight with a legendary comeback.
Wow.
Led by Malachi Richardson.
Wow. That was a direct shot at our producer, Alex Martino, who is a proud Virginia grad. I feel like I'm in the middle of like 2 warring sides right now, and I have to be in the middle and referee this thing.
When Alex, who's saying 2019 over and over again into our headset, when he closes his eyes at night, he sees Tyler Lydon and Malachi Richardson and Jim Boeheim on the sideline erasing a 16-point deficit in the second half.
It's not like you remember that game at all or anything.
All right, I'm going to stop talking about that.
If I have to do the rest of this game by myself, it's because our producer has closed off Drew's mic, and we will get into all kinds of food conversations.
3rd down and 5 for Parentes and Duquesne. It's back on the ground with Macklin near the first down sticks. Depending on the spot, the Dukes might be moving it ahead.
But Drew, you mentioned Parentes and the games he started 7-2. That included their win at Ohio, where they went in and were able to win by 2 points on the road. You've got a 4th down situation. What is late in this game? Jerry Schmidt's going to opt to punt it away. Just think about it.
Let's see. And there is the punt unit coming out to kick it away. 10 seconds on the play clock. As Michael Baraducci. Check that, not Michael Baraducci. Joey Corrado, 83, the sophomore out of Hershey, PA, will kick it away, but the play clock expires, and that'll be a delay of game.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Jerry Schmidt, I think, will be pleased with the way his team has fought during this game, but they have been a little sloppy, the Dukes have. They've had a couple of offsides penalties. We've seen, again, unofficially, approximately 100 missed tackles today. But a lot of that has to do with who they're playing.
Yeah.
But some unforced errors.
You know, they're one of the favorites in the Northeast Conference. Sacred Heart was picked to win the league for the 3rd year in a row. Nice punt from Joey Corrado. Florida State starts at its own 20, up by 40.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Introducing the all-new Ego Power Plus blower, reaching an incredible 765 CFM. It runs up to 90 minutes on a single charge. That's why Ego is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, exclusively at Lowe's, Ace, and Ego authorized dealers.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach. Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
And now, a short meditation for this crypto winter. I am calm like a mountain lake. I use Coinbase, the largest publicly traded crypto exchange. The exchange that's based in the US and has a world-class security team and protects my funds 24/7 and has over 10 years of experience weathering crypto cycles like this one. Coinbase, the most trusted crypto exchange.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. To all my fellow non-breakfast people, this chicken biscuit is something different. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hi, I'm Gary, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is that it's unexpected. I'm a big biscuit guy, but chicken for breakfast is delicious. You can taste all of the flavors just all at once. Once you try it, there's no turning back.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
The story of the day has been the Florida State running backs. We've labeled this circle button, but you're going to see the whole PlayStation controller. Trayshawn Ward has been excellent over the course of this game. The spin moves and the ability to make people miss. Lawrence Toafili has shown his explosiveness getting out in the open field. Not to be outdone, Trey Benson, all he's been doing is breaking approximately unofficially 55 tackles today. This running back room has really shared it. And then you've seen Rodney Hill be able late in the game to come in and get in the end zone as well. This one, the longest touchdown run of the day from Trey Benson, gets to the line, makes a safety miss, gets down the sideline into the end zone. Number 29, Rodney Hill, the true freshman, has taken over in the backfield. Drew, there's something in the water for these Florida State running backs because they have all been slippery.
Rodney Hill has decided he'd like to get in on this party as well. 3 FSU running backs above the century mark for the first time in school history. And this is a program that's had some good runners come through.
Yeah, it has, and some great offenses. It's quite the start to the 2022 season for this Florida State team. Been saying it all offseason. This team was one of the best rushing teams in the conference last year, and I certainly think that's going to continue this year.
Rodney Hill with another long gain, but a flag flies. By the way, it's A.J. Duffy, number 10, the true freshman from IMG Academy, who's now playing quarterback. Jeff Heiser, the referee. What you got?
Holding, offense, number 78, 10-yard penalty, First down.
Now that wipes away the play for Hill, but FSU is still about to go over 400 rush yards tonight. They're at 399 on 52 carries, 6 touchdowns. It'll be the first time above 400 rush yards for this program since 2016 at South Florida.
I would imagine if I was a Florida State fan sitting at home and all of the things that we've been talking about with this team in terms of things that they're breaking, and the first time since, if it's got 2016 and that era in there, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Look at A.J. Duffy, the true freshman. Kept it, threw it, found Darion Williamson, 21 in garnet and gold for a solid gain on first down and 20.
Pretty good maturity for the young freshman. I've had an opportunity to go out to a number of practices for Florida State with the ACC road tour or road trip. Was here, saw them in camp. We also saw him yesterday. A.J. Duffy, he flashes. He's a guy who's got a great arm. They feel really good about the future down the line with A.J. Duffy because of his ability to absolutely sling the rock.
Coming up on 4 minutes left in regulation here. FSU up by 40. Duffy keeps it. Rolling to his right, puts his head down, and the true freshman quarterback delivers some punishment. A.J. Duffy was ESPN's number 3 quarterback in this freshman class. He spent his senior year at IMG Academy on a run-heavy offense for the Ascenders.
Yeah.
Still 64%, 13 touchdowns, and 4 picks.
Well, that team is always so good that your opportunity to get stats are limited because if you hand the ball off, there's the likelihood of it going for a big gain is pretty high. But A.J. Duffy's a guy who transferred to IMG after his junior season was canceled by COVID out in California. Transfers to IMG, has a great season for the Ascenders. That loaded team gets to Florida State and has really shown the talent during his early career in practice.
That time Rodney Hill keeps it on the ground. And Duffy's first drive comes up on a 4th down and short. What will Mike Norvell and company decide here in what could be a significant decision for some? Let's see if they send the punt unit out there. And it is going to be a punt for Florida State. It is a punt leading by 40 for Florida State. Can we see a left-footed punt here from Alex Mastromano?
I don't think so. They're going to keep that one for LSU.
The ambidextrous punter out of Australia kicks it with his right foot. Roddy Jones's favorite football player has it inside the 10, rolling near the 5-yard line, and that's where FSU kills it. 2:17 to play. Duquesne takes over at its own 5, and it's been mostly good news for the Seminoles tonight. But Larissa, what you got on an injury?
Well, number 33, Amari Gaynor, he actually has a boot on his left foot. It's unknown what the issue is. He also has some crutches with him as well. Again, it's unknown what the issue is, but it's unfortunate that we see him in this manner because this is yet another linebacker that has gone down due to injury this week. Earlier this week during practice, Stephen Diggs Jr. was injured, so that area could potentially be hurting as they head into a big game next week.
Good call by Larisha on Dix. You know, he was a guy who wasn't going to start most likely, but add some depth in that linebacker rotation. We know what Florida State has up the middle with the D tackles and the safeties, but the linebackers were kind of the question mark coming in with some new faces. Duquesne back to work offensively. Darius Parentes.
And there's a number of injuries that we're keeping an eye on for next week. Amarion Cooper.
Make sure you guys do subscribe. Everybody that's tuning in, man, please subscribe. I'm going to be streaming another game after this as well on this channel. So, yeah, man. I think we're going to stream Vanderbilt versus Hawaii. And then that'll call it a night. So, yeah, make sure you guys do subscribe to the channel, please. I did stream this whole game. Yeah, the 330 in here. Let's try to get to 250 subs if you guys could hit the sub button for me, please. It would mean a lot. And also, to be honest, if you guys want to sub to my actual main channel that I actually like post on and stuff, I'll put it in the chat right now for you guys. Oh wait, frick, I gotta put it. 1 second, wait, I gotta sign into my other account so it links, I guess. I guess that's how I have to do. This game's about over though, man. Here we go. Let me sign into this real quick. Yeah, so here's my dude, what is going on? Yeah, here's my main channel. If you guys do want to sub to that also, it would mean a lot to me. You got a donation coming? Cash out Joe Johnson, man. Much love. To my cash app or what? Let me find out my boy Joe Board to send me some bread. Much love, Joe. Hey, if you send anything, I'll be shouting you out. I don't know. Good looks, man. Cash app? Oh, bet. I'm on my cash app up. Be back next week. Lonesome. I'm gonna stream. When's Florida? Oh yeah, Florida State versus FSU. Yeah, I'll stream that. Lonesome. I'll be streaming that for sure. I'm just going to the Utah versus Florida game, so I might not be able to stream some games around that time because I'm gonna be there the whole day. Thank you for the stream. No problem, Jen. Yeah, W stream. I said if you guys want to subscribe to my my main channel, it's right here once again. That's my main channel, and you guys can subscribe to this because this is where I'm gonna stream this. Yeah, I'm a big Gator fan. Pine Farm. I'm a big Gator fan. Of course, Encyclopedia. No problem, man. Appreciate you for tuning in. Zach, I think way better. I think way better. We'll see. Go Gators, exactly, man. Go Gators. Good looking, go Knowles on the cash app. This is my cash app right here, big dog. Yo, Joe Johnson, thank you for the thank you. Yeah, Joe, you sent it to me. Much love, Joe. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the $5, my man. That is my cash tag, big dog. Joe, I got you, man. I got you. That was, yeah. I appreciate you for sticking around the whole time, Joe. Thanks for the stream. No problem, John. No problem, of course. Now if you want to come through, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next time, get my cheeseburger. Nah, you funny, bro. Is Super Chat not working? Yeah, Joe. This is a different channel, so I don't even have Super Chat on here. I have Super Chat on my main channel. That stream for the other game got copyright claimed, but I still got the Super Chats, so we're good. You're the real MVP, bro. Yes, sir, Daniel. I'll be back next week for Florida State's game against LSU as well, and I'm gonna stream Vanderbilt's game tonight. So when is the Hawaii game? 10:30 EST, Eric. I'll be streaming it on this channel, so make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Yeah, Xavier, this is my second channel right here. I'll put the link in the chat. This is my second channel. Please, the Miami Dolphins game on Sundays. Xavier, I don't know if I can stream NFL. They'll probably copyright me, low-key. Sub to both channels, thank you, man. Big dubs for Joe. Let's see here. For sure, Xavier, college football is gonna be Interesting. Now we just wait till Vanderbilt game, to be honest. 163 subs, pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, to get monetized, we have to have 1,000 subs. I didn't even know that. You have to have 1,000 subs to be monetized. Thank you, John. Yeah, of course, South Florida. No problem, man. Stream the NC game? What game is that? NC. I don't want to do a different game in the same stream, to be honest. Dang, we need 800 more subs to get monetized. Okay. Yo! For appreciate the stream, go Knowles from Nick. Yo, Nick, thank you, bro. Where's Nick at, bro? Where's Nick? Where's Nick? Thank you for the 5, big dog. Much love. There's Nick. There he is. There he is. Nick, you were in the stream before also, right? You were in the Nebraska Northwestern game also, huh? You've been here the whole day. My pop Paul from Jersey loves this. We'll donate. Lindu, I appreciate that. Here's my Cash App if you want to donate anything. You don't got to, of course, but that's my Cash App. So if you got Cash App, you can send some on there. Shout out to my boys, Josiah and Nick. No, you weren't? Oh, Nick, so you just been here for the whole Florida State stream. Because I've seen your name. You've been here the whole Florida State stream. Yeah, Zach, I know. LSU and Florida State's going to be a good game. Florida versus Utah, which I will be at. There's a lot of good games. Oregon versus Georgia. Oh, you've been here since North? Got you, Joe. Nah, you gotta do your college work, bro. Go Dogs. Go Gators. So I think I'm gonna stream the Vanderbilt game on my main stream channel. I'm gonna set up the Vanderbilt game for my main channel, so you guys could tune into that. I'll set it up on there. So yeah, make sure you guys go subscribe to my main channel. I'm gonna end this stream. I'm gonna schedule the stream for the Vanderbilt vs Hawaii game on my main channel, and that'll be the last game of the night. So yeah, go subscribe to my main channel. You live in Gainesville? No, I do not live in Gainesville. I live in it's like near Sarasota, sort of. Alright, I'm gonna catch y'all later, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Like I said, I'll be back live. Oh, thank you once again. $5 from Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you for the 5. You were at work. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Your first stream was lit, bro? Yeah, it was. It was on my main channel. So we're gonna redo that. We're gonna do one more stream and call it. Thank you, Jennifer. Everybody, have a good night, man. Make sure you guys tune into Hawaii versus Vanderbilt on X Cash Out. Peace out, y'all.